We're all counting on you, Michelle.
No pressure, Jimmy.
No pressure.
Good evening, everybody. Happy to step in and help. I think I'm up to speed, but please be patient with me if I miss anything.
Thank you for helping us.
Yeah, your help.
Okay, I see we are now streaming live on Facebook. So Michelle, if you wouldn't mind just kind of giving me the go-ahead as to when I can actually start the meeting, then I will do that.
Wonderful. I think we'll just wait till we hit 6 on the nose and then we can get started.
I can do that. Okay.
I'm going to quickly reset my network connection. Because I'm having some bandwidth issues. Did you catch that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Babe, should I go to Asylum Maine? Yeah.
And Mayor Blankley, whenever you're ready at 6 o'clock.
Yes, I have 6 o'clock. Yes. Okay. Welcome everybody to the August 2nd meeting, our first meeting since July, July 1st. I'd like to open the meeting, call it to order, and ask for a Pledge of Allegiance to be led by, let's see, Councilmember Marks, would you mind leading us in the pledge?
Yes, that'd be fine. Everyone stand, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay. Invocation, we have none today. So city clerk's report on posting the agenda and roll call.
Tonight's meeting agenda was duly noticed in accordance with Government Code 54954.2 on July 29th at 10:53 a.m. Council members Armendariz,
Here.
Bracco,
Here.
Hilton,
Here.
LaRoe Munoz, Marks,
Here.
Bovar,
Here.
Mayor Blankley.
Here. All right, thank you. Under orders of the day, none. All council members are participating remotely pursuant to the governor's executive order number N2920 in order to minimize the spread of the COVID-19 virus. The meeting is being live streamed from the city website, cityofgilroy.org, and is viewable on cable channel 17 and on Facebook Live. Public comments can be made during the meeting by watching the meeting online on Zoom at https://rb.gy/bbj06h or by calling 669-900-6833 using meeting ID 867-5966-4519 and passcode 433127. When I call the item you wish to speak on, press *9 on your telephone keypad or use the raise your hand icon. All right, item C, employee introductions. Leanne, Jimmy?
I'll go first, Madam Mayor. It's my great pleasure tonight to introduce you to Corinne Decker, who is now the city's new economic development analyst. And as you all know, a position we have spent an extraordinary time and energy trying to recruit, and we finally found the person that's going to help us. Corinne is originally born in Brazil and then moved to the United States as a small child and grew up in Springfield, Missouri, and then earned her degree in economics from the University of Missouri, Kansas City, UMKC, which is the Kangaroos. And then after graduating, she worked for the Clay County Economic Development Council in Kansas City and served as the director of finance programs for 10 years. Corinne has spent the last 10 years or so in the private banking industry as a commercial lender and also focusing on small business financing and SBA loan programs. Prior to coming on board with the city, she served as the vice president of commercial lending for the Bank of San Francisco. She's recently moved to Gilroy with her family and was much inspired to return to her economic development roots and is looking forward to serving the city in her new role. So I do want to introduce you to Corinne Decker. And Corinne, if you'd like to say a couple of words, just unmute yourself and go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I'm super pleased to be a part of this team. Looking forward to working with the mayor, the council members, Jimmy, everyone for the benefit of the city of Gilroy and the community. So super excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Corinne. Thank you. Welcome. Yay.
Welcome, Corinne.
Is there anyone else?
Yes, I have a new employee, Mayor.
Here we go.
Thank you. Leanne McPhillips. I'm the Administrative Services and Human Resources Director. And tonight I'm pleased to introduce Cheryl Corradis. Cheryl's on the screen. I can see her, but I don't see her. I think she's getting there. There she is. There's Cheryl. So please join me in welcoming Cheryl Corradis to the city of Gilroy as our new Senior Human Resources Analyst. Cheryl began work with us on July 15th and has truly jumped in, rolled up her sleeves, and is already helping us get a lot done, which is greatly appreciated. Cheryl is a tenured human resources professional with almost 10 years of experience in benefits administration, leave management, employee relations, and recruitment and selection. She most recently worked for the city of Monterey. Cheryl earned a bachelor's degree from DePaul University and double majored in industrial and organizational psychology and communication studies. So we're super excited to have Cheryl on our team, and I think she's equally excited to be here. So Cheryl, if you want to say a few words, you're welcome to do so.
Hi, Council. Yeah, I'm super excited to start and work for the city. Like Leanne said, I came from City of Monterey, which I know Jimmy did as well. And I've only heard good things about Gilroy. So I'm happy to be here and hopefully we'll all get to meet in person sometime.
Thank you, Cheryl, and welcome. Yay. All
Welcome.
right. Are there any others, Jimmy? No. Okay. Thank you both. All right, moving on to proclamations, awards, and presentations. I have a certificate of achievement to present to Valeria Rivera, who I'm just going to read the certificate. It looks like this, folks. I've already handed it to her. She's already used it. It's a certificate of achievement from the City Council of the City of Gilroy, issuing to Valeria Rivera this certificate in recognition of being selected Miss Gilroy Teen USA, and she'll be competing for Miss California Teen. So we want to definitely congratulate her and thank her for representing Gilroy in all the places that she can. If you'd like to say something, Valeria, please feel free.
Hi, thank you so much. I am so honored. I'm so excited too. And I am at loss of words. I didn't think I was going to be doing this, but I'm so excited. Thank you.
That's okay. Thank you very much. Thanks for representing us. All right. Bye-bye.
Congratulations, Valeria.
Thank you.
Okay, presentations to the council. Here we're moving on to item 3. And public comment by members of the public on items not on the agenda, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city council. So Michelle, I'm going to go to you and see if you've got any public comments on this section of the agenda.
We do. We have one speaker, Jimmy, and I will allow him to speak right now.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Gilroy. My name is James Apfel, and I'm honored to serve as a Government and Community Relations Coordinator for Bloom Energy, a clean, resilient energy company founded right here in Silicon Valley with nearly 800 local employees. During the past 18 months, we have learned more than ever the vital role of our frontline hospital and healthcare workers, putting our health before their own throughout the COVID crisis. It's why I'm asking you to join me on August 22nd for our inaugural Stars and Strides community run to support and celebrate our frontline healthcare workers and the patients they serve. Our ambitious goals for this event will be much more attainable with your participation. First, our financial goal will be to raise and donate $250,000 to the Valley Medical Center Foundation as they support 3 county hospitals and 14 healthcare clinics, which provide services to more than 1 million of our neighbors annually, 85% of whom are low-income members of our community. The second, our participation goal of 4,000 paid participants in our Silicon Valley Bank 5K run or walk, our Synaptics 10K run, or our HP Incorporated Kids Fun Run. The third, our volunteer goal, 400 caring volunteers to ensure that our participants have a fun and safe experience. To further ensure the safety of our participants and volunteers, we are coordinating with the County Health Office to ensure that all health protocols are followed before, during, and after the event. Tonight, I have 3 requests. First, please register you and your family at starsandstridesrun.com. For our elected leaders, please sign up under the California Water Service Elected Official and Executive 5K Challenge. Second, please reach out to your own community members. We have a sample text you can consider using to make it easy. Third, we would be honored to work with your professional staff to be included in any online communications between now and race day. After a challenging 18 months, we now have an opportunity to gather our community safely outdoors to celebrate and support our frontline hospital and healthcare workers on August 22nd at Discovery Meadow in San Jose. Please join us and spread the word throughout our communities. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Michelle, is that the only one?
We have one more speaker, and his name is Michael Elliott.
Okay, I don't know if you're timing, but speakers, everyone, we have a 3-minute limit. Just want to make sure everyone's aware of that.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be briefer than 3 minutes. I appreciate all of your time. My name is Michael Elliott, representing the Valley Medical Center Foundation. As you know, our county public health system includes 3 hospitals: O'Connor Hospital, Santa Clara Valley Medical Center, and of course, I'm not just saying this because I'm talking to the Gilroy City Council, but the best hospital, St. Louis Regional Hospital. And we at the Valley Medical Center Foundation support all 3 since the beginning of the COVID-19 crisis. Our job has been to make sure we're doing everything we can to protect healthcare workers. We led a local effort to bring in more than 5 million items of personal protective gear to make sure that every doctor, nurse, pharmacist, everyone that went into work during the height of this crisis had the protective gear they needed. And I'm here tonight to encourage your support of the Bloom Energy Stars and Strides Run. This event will raise funds for the Valley Medical Center Foundation so that we can continue our work, including supporting St. Louis Regional Hospital. And it's also an event for us to all honor the healthcare workers who have sacrificed so much and worked so hard to keep us all safe. I appreciate your time. We hope to see you on August 22nd. That's www.starsandstridesrun.com. Thank you so much.
Okay, Michelle, I'll go back to you, see if there are any other comments from the public on items that are something that this city council has jurisdiction over, as opposed to fundraiser announcements.
I have no other speakers with their hands up.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to item A, interviews for open seats on boards, commissions, and committees that are vacant as of June 2021 for future appointment on August 16th, 2021, which is our next council meeting. So Leanne, I think you're going to start this.
Yes, Mayor and members of the council. The council opened a recruitment for vacancies on a few of our different boards and commissions due to seats that became available mid-cycle. We posted the recruitment and applications were due on July 23rd, and we received 4 applications in time for tonight's meeting. And so you have 1 application for the Arts and Culture Commission, Lisa Carter. There's 1 seat open on that commission for a term ending December 31st, 2022. You also have 1 applicant for the Housing and Neighborhood Revitalization Committee, Carissa Purnell. That committee has 1 seat with a term ending December 31st, 2023. And Ms. Purnell couldn't be here with us tonight, but she did send each of you an email with some information on herself that you can consider. And then for the Library Commission, we have 1 applicant, Gabriella Kim, and there's 1 seat open on that commission with a term ending December 31st, 2024. And then we have an applicant from Tracy Stevens for the Physically Challenged Board of Appeals. There's again only 1 applicant, but there are 2 seats open on that particular board for terms ending December 31st, 2023 and December 31st, 2024. So we'll continue to accept applications for that particular board. And so tonight are the interviews for these applicants. And then on the August 16th agenda, we will have an item placed for you to make appointments. Happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Leanne. Council members, does anyone have questions for Leanne before I go straight to the applicants? Okay, so applicants, thank you for being here. As you may know, you're applying for, you probably have a good chance because the number of seats available is about the number of applicants we have. So, so it's looking good. We all have, all of us in our packets have the information that you submitted, so we know that. And so tonight we're just going to give you a couple of minutes, if you don't mind, trying to keep it brief, but I'll go to each one of you and ask you to just tell us whatever you'd like us to know about yourselves and why you think you'd be a good fit for the commission you're applying for, knowing that we already have the written information that you submitted. Okay, so I'm just going to start alphabetically with the commission, and that means arts and cultures first. And so that's Lisa Carter. Welcome.
Hi, thank you so much. I really have been looking for a way to get more involved with the community. I've lived in Gilroy for 10 years and I love it here. The one thing I don't love is that I always find myself leaving town when I want to do something that's, involves the arts or culture. And even though we're a small community, I'd love to find a way to do more multicultural events to bring different groups of our community together, to find more common ground. And I think the arts are a perfect vehicle for that sort of thing. I love all forms of arts. I love learning about art. I love supporting local artists. And I want to do some good in the community. And I thought this would be a good way to go about that.
Thank you. Thank you so much for applying. Council, is there somebody with a burning question that could apply to all of our applicants as opposed to just one, or I will move through the other three?
None here.
Okay, seeing none, then thank you very much, Lisa. I'm going to then move on to our next housing and neighbor. Oh no, that's Carissa. Okay, she's the one who couldn't be here tonight. So everybody, we saw that email from her. Gabriella Kim applying for the Library Commission. Welcome and thank you.
No, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. So my biggest reason for applying for this position is I'm looking for another way to give back to the Gilroy community. I'm involved in one of the local mom groups here. I'm involved in my other kiddos, Girl Scouts, but it'd be nice to give back to something that all of my family can enjoy. We go to the library weekly. We love all the librarians there, and definitely during COVID have utilized their services. And just looking forward to being able to give some ideas and some feedback and working with the library.
Great. Well, thank you. Really, really appreciate your willingness to apply. It's kind of a challenge sometimes for us. Okay, then with that, I will move on to Tracy Stevens, the Physically Challenged Board of Appeals. Hi, Tracy. You're on mute. Okay, I think you should be able to unmute yourself. No? Okay, I don't know, Michelle or Jimmy, who's hosting our meet? There we go. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Very good.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and the City Council members. Again, my name is Tracy Stevens. Gilroy has been my city of residence since 2014, and I'm interviewing today, as you know, for the Physically Challenged Board of Appeals. For a few years now, I've been looking for ways to embrace my city, and what better way to serve my community than being a part of a board that ensures the laws associated with public access for our physically challenged population. You've already gotten my resume. You know why I think I should be able to have this opportunity. So I just like to say, simply put, I have a passion for this population, and it would be an honor to serve the physically challenged population of Gilroy.
Awesome. Glad we have you. All right. Well, thank you all again. Back to council. Is there any other something you want to get out of them before I let them go? Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. And we'll see you again on August 16th. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Item 4, reports of council members. Councilmember Bracco.
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Armendariz.
No, most of my meetings were canceled, so nothing to report this time.
Okay. Councilmember Marks.
Yes, I have some information here. I'm just gonna put my glasses on so I can read it to you. 25% of the website referrals from Gilroy Gardens are going to the lodging properties listed on the Visit Gilroy website. This conversion rate is 5 times more than the industry normal rate. That is very good news for Gilroy Gardens, that they are attracting people from far and wide to come, not only to visit the gardens, but to actually spend the night in Gilroy. So they're earning us more money indirectly, and that's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Hilton.
Thank you, Mary Blankley. Visit Gilroy, California Welcome Center. The board members received a report detailing the results of the May 1st to June 30th co-op advertising campaign with Expedia and Visit Gilroy and Visit California, focused on increasing overnight stays in Gilroy. Results of the campaign included an additional 629 room night stays and $89,000 plus additional gross dollars for lodging properties. Average daily rate increased to $142 a night, and average length was increased 1.8 nights. This very successful campaign was funded by the Visit Gilroy, which was $10,000, Visit California $3,000, and Expedia $13,000, and it resulted in a 6.9 return on dollars spent. Visit Gilroy will be participating in another co-op advertising campaign with Expedia and Visit California during the months of October and November of this year. Board members received an update on the Visit Gilroy T-bid marketing plan for the remaining months of 2021. The plan calls for continuation of the stay messaging campaign through social media channels, focusing on increasing overnight stays and day visits. Marketing area will cover a 50-mile radius of Gilroy and also penetration into Sacramento and San Joaquin Valley. Plans include bringing 2 to 3 influencers in the area in Q3 and Q4 to learn about the many experiences Gilroy has to offer, including Gilroy Gardens, wine tasting, outdoor activities, and shopping. Visit Gilroy will also capitalize on additional co-op marketing opportunities through the rest of 2021 with Visit California and the Central Coast Tourism Council. Executive Director Jane Howard has been selected as one of the 2 CCTC representatives to participate in the Visit California Destination Stewardship Program. More details to follow. And lastly, in Gilroy, bicycles are essential transportation for many who need to get around. This might include traveling to your own job, errands, or taking the kids to school. We're connecting Gilroy residents who have an extra bicycle to Gilroy residents that need one. We are still looking for bikes to be donated. Please check those side yards and garages for bikes in working condition, and we will get it matched with someone that needs one. The stats to date are 106 bicycles, 114 participants, and 106 matches. All the details are online by searching Gilroy Bike Match. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tovar.
Thank you, Mayor. No report, just a couple comments. I just want to thank my fellow council members that joined me and many community members in the last downtown live with the music, and it was great to see so many of you out there supporting our downtown. I want to thank the community members who came out and supported our local businesses. I also want to thank all the members of the GDBA and everyone from downtown that's really doing their best to make our town lively as possible. Also, I'm excited to share or to know that we have a new restaurant. Many of you know the Temple restaurant should be opening up soon in town. And for community members, if you're looking for a job, they're hiring. Check their website out, and hopefully we'll get local folks to apply. I know they're hiring quite a bit of people, so I wish them the luck in opening soon. My understanding, they should be opening up in the next couple of weeks, so I look forward to that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And Councilmember Leroy Munoz isn't here, so my report, Cities Association and VTA still had plenty of meetings in July. So what I want to report from Cities Association is Gilroy now has information filled in for our police department training and procedural reform that the Cities Association started last year with all cities in Santa Clara County, trying to look at what each department is doing so that each department can benefit from the other and learn what different procedures and training policies will all get us to the same end goal, which is having the strongest police departments that we can. And with respect to VTA, that just continues with Measure A and Measure B funding. It's always a challenge. You know, we have to, as this council's representative to VTA, it's amazing how closely you need to watch where money goes or how quickly it goes somewhere else. So just because Measure RR passed, you know, doesn't necessarily mean that funding should now come away that was already going there. And those are kinds of the things that we're having to look at with Measure A. And then also on that, later on our agenda, we'll get to the TOD. That's been an ongoing thing. Okay, that's my report. Item 5, future council initiated agenda items. Council members, does anyone have something to bring up here?
I have one, Mayor Blankley.
Okay.
So I'm requesting to place the City Code Chapter 30 zoning ordinance under Section 41 Performance Standards Noise on a future agenda with possible action to amend the code by ordinance with the goal of providing clear objective standards when it comes to commercial and industrial noise impacting residentially zoned properties. Staff is already coming back later this year with Zone 30 amendments, and this could be added to those. And if anybody needs clarifying on what I'm suggesting we change, I'm more than willing to review that briefly.
Okay, yes.
I would like to. Sorry,
Okay, hang on just a second, council member. As council member Hilton just pointed out, well, what he didn't point out is that the city last looked at the noise ordinance in 2019, and it is on the work plan to address again, Chapter 30, the zoning ordinance this year. So these are already coming up. So at this request point here is either something that we're not already addressing, and my understanding is we are addressing these when it comes back, or if this council sees a reason to prioritize this over the things that we've already set as our priorities coming up before the end of the year. So what clarification is it that you would like, Councilmember Tovar?
No, I think you clarified those.
Okay.
Course.
Okay, Jimmy, would you like to add anything to what I said, or is there something that you can make more clear?
No, I don't think so. We also have Karen Gardner here as well, Community Development Director, who could answer any questions or clarify anything on the work plan item that is on the community development. If Karen has anything to add, excuse me.
So as was mentioned, we are doing a comprehensive zoning code update. This is something we can take a look at as part of that and bring up when we do have community meetings. We are not necessarily going over every single item in the zoning code. Obviously, that's a pretty big, hefty thing. So, but if you would like us to look at this piece in particular and get any feedback from members of the public as we're doing so with other pieces, we're happy to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, and staff also knows the specific code changes that the language that I'm asking for as well.
Yes. Okay, Karen, I have a response to that, but let me go to Councilmember Bracco first. You're on mute, Dion.
I'd be curious to hear Councilmember Hilton's reasoning for this, because I haven't really heard any complaints about our sound ordinance. So I'd like to know where it's coming from, please.
Sure. It's coming from one direct complaint that I was involved with that went to the city, but I've also heard it as well. And if you want to, you know, one of the biggest reasons why is that we continue to develop more residential units that are mixed use near existing commercial and industrial development. So the suggestion of the language that I'm asking for is literally just to get that as we build more together it shows that we will prohibit certain sounds at certain times of the evening time. And all it is just cleaning up the language that's already there. And I mean, I'm more than willing to read it if you want me to read it, or like staff said, this could easily come back as a part of those those amendment changes, and it'll be in
Yeah.
front of you.
That would be what I would suggest. It doesn't need to be a future agenda item. It's just something that staff should include. To whatever degree, Karen, it's not already in there, because there are definitely people that complain about noise. There's nothing wrong with trying to clarify what the noise ordinance is so people know, particularly new people coming in, not people who move into an already existing situation, an already existing homeowners association that already has its rules, and and then they have issues with that. But that would be good. Okay, Councilmember Tovar, do you have something to add?
Yeah, no, I'm going to follow up on that. I'm just a little concerned. I understand the reasoning behind this, but also it seems like we're wanting to punish businesses that are trying to make a living here. And for a few words, we're looking to change the ordinance, and that has me a little bit concerned. So I just want to make sure I'm clear on what I'm hearing.
Yeah, no, I am not. What we're trying to do, what I think we're doing, Councilmember Hilton is asking for a future agenda item. I am suggesting we just let staff incorporate this in the work plan they're already doing, so that it will be outreach to everybody and not be a specific future agenda item.
Okay.
Okay. So that is what I think we need to vote on. Those who want this to be a future agenda item specifically, probably at this time should do a thumbs up or raise their hand or something.
So my initial request, so are we saying that the language that I'm asking for to get changed will get looked at the Zone 30?
No, I don't think we're asking for your specific language. I think we're asking for staff to include it in the work plan that they're doing, to include consideration for it. And then they will bring any changes to council, and you can see if it's your specific wording at that point or not.
Yeah, and like I said, I've already worked with staff on this, and Councilmember Tovar, I'm more than willing to share the language with you, and it does not penalize businesses.
Please, thank you.
Okay, so are we moving on, or is there something that needs to, are we, okay, moving on. All right, consent calendar. Either a motion, or if somebody has something to pull off of consent, this would be the time.
So move.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Tovar, seconded by Councilmember Marks to approve the consent calendar. Hang on, are there any public comments on items on the consent calendar? Michelle?
I see no hands up.
Okay, then we can take a roll call vote.
Council members, Armendariz?
Yes.
Rocco?
Yes.
Hilton?
Aye.
Marks?
Yes.
Tovar?
Yes.
Mayor Blankley?
Yes, that passed unanimously. Well, sorry, with Councilmember LaRomigno's absent. Okay, item 7, bids and proposals. A, award a contract for tree pruning and maintenance services under a cooperative purchase agreement to West Coast Arborists Incorporated in the amount not to exceed $395,045 for the initial period, with contract extensions up to 5 additional years. Daryl, are you giving this staff report? Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
All right.
Good evening, Mayor Blakely and Council and citizens of Gilroy. Daryl Jordan, your Public Works Director. Tonight I have before you the proposed award of our annual contract for tree pruning and maintenance services with the company West Coast Arborists. The city currently manages over 18,500 trees within our urban forest. I have chosen to utilize a procurement method allowed by the state of California to allow a public agency to use another public agency's contract, which allows a more streamlined process. This contractor, West Coast Arborists, has worked with the city the past several years and has performed exceptionally. This process also keeps our costs down, which is very important. This year, we have an unprecedented number of tree issues with multiple limbs dropping and causing damages around town. We have a prioritized list of trees that need immediate attention that will be dispatched for maintenance upon approval by council. Our current budget has appropriated the amount of money to cover the costs for this proposal tonight. And I would be glad to answer any questions that you may have on my report.
Thank you. All right, council members, I see, okay, questions, raise your hands. I see Rebecca with a question.
Thank you, Mayor. Daryl, can you tell me why this isn't possible, this work isn't possible to do in-house with our city staff? Is it less expensive? Is it cost effective to do it this way? And what other reasons do we have?
Great, that's a great question. We do some of the services in-house. As you know, with our budget cuts last year, there's some dramatic cuts in the public works section that does address these issues, not by half, but near that. And outsourcing these costs to a different consultant, as you alluded to, is a lot more cost-effective way than full-time employees we'd have to hire to cover this amount of trees on an annual basis.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and the company that we use, where are they based out of? And do we know anything about the profile of the employees that they use?
Well, we have used them for the past several years, and they've performed exceptionally, as I had mentioned earlier. I'm not exactly sure where their home base is. I know they're spread around to multiple agencies throughout our county. They're working for at least 3 or 4 cities that I know of with the same procurement process and processes that we talked about. So they got a great reputation. They're performing well for the other agencies. They've rehired them on multiple occasions. And again, we've used them multiple years, and we're confident they'll continue to perform for our citizens. I can get.
We don't know where their employees are, if they're local workers or they bring them in from out of state. Do we know any of that?
I don't know that. I believe the workers that we have here in our town are from our county. I'm not sure if they're exactly from Gilroy, but they're from our county mostly.
Councilmember Armendariz, the corporate office for West Coast Arborists is out of Anaheim, and they have about 20 different offices throughout the state of California and one in Arizona. We don't have any way of verifying where they get their employees from, so that's just not information we could give you a good answer about.
Okay, do we know where the closest office is to Gilroy?
Yeah, I believe it's Santa Clara.
Santa Clara. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Hilton.
Thank you, Mayor Blankley. Daryl, do we, since this is a cooperative purchasing plan, I know the city of Gilroy, we don't have any language inside our purchasing policies that talks about, wage theft, or if the company has been a part of wage theft or to have any settlements against wage theft. Do we know that if the city of Hollister asked for that information in their cooperative purchase plan? Because I don't see it in our agenda packet.
Councilman Hilton, I'm not sure exactly if that exact question was asked for them, but I do know they went through the state standard procurement process to meet all of their standards, and that the unions throughout the state are monitoring these types of awards. So I would assume that if they had been investigated for any type of infringement like that, that would have been well known, and we would have been told about that. So, and I have not heard about any incidents in that fashion.
Thank you. And just for West Coast Arborists, they're a part of each year during our annual tree planting ceremony. So I've gotten a chance to interact with them there each year. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other questions from the council, how about public comment? Is there anybody who would like to speak on this item?
Give the community a second, but at this point we have no hands raised.
Okay.
Make a motion to approve.
There we go. Councilmember Bracco, a motion to approve. Is there a second? Okay. Okay. Well, seconded by Councilmember Tovar. All right. So with that, we'll do roll call.
Councilmembers Armendariz?
Yes.
Bracco?
Yes.
Hilton?
Aye.
Marks?
Yes.
Tovar?
Yes.
Mayor Blankley?
Yes, and that also passes unanimously with Councilmember LaRomagno's absent. All right, item 8, public hearings. Adopt resolutions ordering the city administrator to abate or cause to be abated blight conditions that constitute a public nuisance at 402 Madison Court and 6860 Rosanna Street. And this is Hipólito giving the report, correct? Okay.
Yes, it is. Good evening, Madam Mayor and honorable council members. My name is Hipólito, and I'm the building official for the city of Gilroy. Tonight is the public hearing portion of the abatement process regarding 402 Madison Court and 6860 Rosanna Street. At the June 21st, 2021 council meeting, These sites were declared a public nuisance. And I'm going to share my screen for the presentation. And after this public hearing and following this presentation, staff will be requesting your approval of the resolutions ordering the city administrator to abate the blight conditions at the properties. I hope everybody could see my presentation.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So here is a summary of the necessary steps to abate blighted properties within our city limits. Gilroy's Municipal Code, Chapter 5B and 5C provides the process to abate blighted properties. First, the city staff must provide sufficient noticing and due process to the responsible parties to correct the violations within the timeframes prescribed. Only after a property owner fails to correct the violations as requested and all other avenues have been exhausted is the matter brought before City Council. Council can at that time declare such properties a public nuisance and pass a resolution to abate. If the resolution to declare a property a public nuisance is passed, the notice of the resolution passage is sent by certified mail and posted on the property. As of today, the steps described have taken place. Tonight, we have the scheduled public hearing portion, which will give City Council the opportunity to hear and consider any objections from the public. After hearing all objections, council may adopt a resolution ordering the city administrator to abate. During this period, the property owner or responsible party still can abate the public nuisance within 30 days. If the nuisance is not abated after 30 days, the city administrator may move forward with the abatement. The city administrator would then come back to City Council and report the abatement costs. The city's cost of the abatement may be recorded and collected as a special assessment lien. At the June 21st council meeting, I described in detail the code enforcement history and the steps taken to date at 402 Madison Court and 6860 Rosanna Street. So I will be brief. In 2016, a fire damaged a detached single-family dwelling at 402 Madison Court. A contractor then demolished and removed most of the structure without permits. The city of Gilroy has a 40-year affordable deed restriction recorded on the property, and the property owners have not abated the violations. The owner, this is 6860 Rosanna Street. The owner of 6860 Rosanna Street passed away on January 2020. There are no known surviving heirs. A service company boarded up most of the house after code enforcement actions requiring the property be secured. Currently, this house is housing unit is uninhabitable, and due to the deterioration on the exterior and interior of the structure, it is non-habitable. Since the June 21st council meeting, city staff has received several inquiries. The first inquiry came from an attorney who is representing two of the homeowners at 402 Madison Court, whom I understand will be speaking tonight. Also, at 402 Madison Court, it has been put up for sale. City staff has contacted House Keys, who contacted the listing agent to make them aware of the deed restrictions. The second inquiry is regarding 6860 Rosanna Street. The inquiry came in the form of a certified letter from a company called National Default Service Corp. The service letter notified the city of a recorded notice titled Notice of Default and Election to Sell under Deed of Trust that they recorded on the property. The certified letter was sent to our city attorneys for review. We also received a request for a copy of the violation notice from SP Servicing, and that request for the violation notice was sent to SP Servicing by email. Staff recommends that council adopts the resolutions ordering the city administrator to abate the blighted conditions and direct the city administrator to begin the process to abate the violations. As noted earlier, the property owners may still abate the public nuisance within 30 days. After hearing any objections, council may adopt a resolution ordering the city administrator to abate if the nuisance has not been abated. And then Code Enforcement Officer Scott Barron and I are available to answer any questions.
Thank you. All right. Council members, first I'm going to ask if anybody has any questions. And then I'm going to go down my little list here. Okay, seeing none. I'm sorry. Okay, Councilmember Armendariz, you have a question?
Yeah, so the cost of abating the nuisance will be, is that a lien that's put on the property? And to what extent, or what's the estimate to abatement of the nuisance? Is it that the structure has to be taken down, the weeds have to be maintained? Like how far does the property owner, excuse me,
Councilmember Armendariz, are we
Thank you.
speaking? I apologize.
I was talking about Madison Court.
On Madison. On Madison, it's probably going to be the taking down of the wood studs and then the removal of any anchor bolts or anything that could become a trip hazard. We have not looked at the cost yet of abatement since we have not received direction from council. Once we receive direction from council, we will then go out and get some bids for the abatement of, of the nuisance basically.
Okay. And what about the maintenance of the weeds? Because, it's somewhere I drive by every day, and in talking to the neighbors, a lot of them lend a hand and abate the weeds themselves. So is that included in this process?
It definitely, we could include the removal of the fence, the removal of the wood studs. We could take it down to a dirt site again, and we could have the weeds abated. As far as the maintenance of the weeds, we can try to work with the property owners to see if they could have a maintenance agreement on there. If not, I'm sure we can come up with some type of agreement or get a maintenance program on that lot.
It would be like any other lot that we have that has weeds, right? I mean, at that point, it would just become like anything.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I need to ask for disclosure of ex parte communication. So has anybody had certain discussions with anybody, like whoever might be a public commenting later? Has anybody had discussions with anybody on this subject? No. Okay. Then I'd like to open the public hearing and ask for any public comments.
No, Ippolito said that the tenants or landowners would probably be speaking. I don't have any hands at this moment.
Okay. Then I'll come back to council, and it's two parts here, council. So if anyone was ready, we would be looking first to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Gilroy, ordering the city administrator to abate or cause to be abated blight conditions that constitute a public nuisance at 402 Madison Court. And then we'll do the same for the other, but the first one is that.
So moved.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Bracco.
A second.
Seconded by Councilmember Armendariz. And may we have a roll call vote on this one?
Council members Armendariz?
Yes.
Bracco?
Yes.
Hilton?
Aye.
Marks?
Yes.
Tovar?
Yes.
Mayor Blankley?
Yes, and that is unanimous minus Councilmember LaRomagno's being absent. All right, part B, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Gilroy ordering the city administrator to abate or cause to be abated blight conditions that constitute a public nuisance at 6860 Rosanna Street. Motion?
Motion.
Motion by Councilmember Armendariz and seconded by Councilmember Tovar. All right, roll call vote.
Council members Armendariz?
Yes.
Bracco?
Yes.
Hilton?
Aye.
Marks?
Yes.
Tovar?
Yes.
Mayor Blankley?
Yes, again, unanimous, but for Councilmember LaRomagno's being absent. All right, item B, consideration of the report of abatement of weeds and refuse within the City of Gilroy and adoption of a resolution of the City Council of the City of Gilroy confirming the imposition of assessment liens against the land. And Jonathan Crick, you're giving this report, I believe. There you are. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, and the residents of Gilroy. This agenda item covers the abatement of weeds because they are a fire hazard. Previously, the city approved the county's the contract for weed abatement services and associated fees at its January 25th meeting. Resolution 2021-05 was adopted by council on January 25th to declare weeds a nuisance and to begin the annual weed abatement process. Under contract with the county's Office of Vegetation Management, the county weed abatement program provides the weed abatement listing, letters of notification, lot inspections, documentation, internet website, weed hazard app for mobile devices, and arranges abatement services if needed. After Resolution 2021-05 was adopted, a list of lots requiring abatement was created by the County Weed Abatement Program. This list includes lots that have been on the previous list that have failed inspections for the last 3 years, and additional lots to the list based on non-abatement during the prior season. All owners of the lots listed were sent a weed abatement notice, information, and an instruction letter packet. On May 17th, 2021, a public hearing was held to allow any owner of a listed lot to remove their lot from the program. Subsequently, Resolution 2021-63 was adopted, approving the list of properties subject to weed abatement. The county conducted its inspections after the May 15th deadline. Property owners were able to communicate directly with the county if they had problems getting their lot abated. Any lots with weeds after the deadline was sent a notice and assessed a failed inspection fee. The property owners were given an additional 2 weeks to perform abatement before becoming subject to abatement by the county. Attached is a list of lots inspected and those assessed a failed inspection fee and those that have been abated thus far. All sites on the list are assessed an $84 inspection fee. The sites with failed inspections are assessed an additional failed inspection fee of $466, and the lots that required abatement are assessed an additional $809 administrative fee, as well as the cost of the contractor's abatement fee. The property owners listed for fee assessment were sent a copy of the proposed assessment against their property in July. They have been given an opportunity to call, email, or meet with the County Weed Abatement Program, Mo Cumre, or myself on or before August 1st to discuss, object, or obtain additional information about their assessment. Any property owner that did not raise objections or did not provide a substantial reason why they should not be assessed still has another opportunity tonight to raise objections. This is the final step in this year's planned weed abatement process. In conclusion, it is recommended that council adopt a resolution allowing the assessment of fees minus any qualifying objections as reported by the Santa Clara County Weed Abatement Program. Mo Cumre and myself are available if you have additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that report. Okay, council, first I'll ask if anyone has any questions at this point. I don't see any hands raised, so I'm going to ask for disclosure of ex parte communications. Did anybody speak with any of these property owners or anybody having anything to do with these properties that you need to disclose? Okay, seeing none. I'll open the public hearing. Do we have anybody wishing to speak on any of these properties or on this item?
I have no hands up at this time.
Okay, then I'll close the public hearing. And that leaves us with the need for a motion. I'm always shocked at just how long a list it is, you know, for just Gilroy, but gosh, same with garbage bills that aren't paid. It's amazing. Anyway, is anyone ready to make a motion to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Gilroy confirming the report of the Chief of the Fire Department, setting forth the description of the property, naming the owners thereof, and the cost of abating the nuisance caused by the growing of weeds and accumulation of refuse on the property, and providing that such costs shall constitute assessments against the land? Someone to say so moved. Okay. All right. I don't know who I saw first. I'm going to go with Carol.
Okay.
Was she first? Okay. And then was it Dion or Fred for the second?
Dion.
Okay. So motion made by Councilmember Marks, seconded by Councilmember Bracco. Roll call vote, please.
Council members Armendariz,
Yes.
Rocco,
Yes.
Hilton,
Aye.
Marks,
Yes.
Tovar,
Yes.
Mayor Blankley.
Yes. 6 to 1, one absent. Okay. Moving on to item 9, unfinished business. All right, unhoused ad hoc committee priorities implementation report. And Bryce is back and he's given this report. Hi, Bryce.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Let me go ahead and share my screen of the presentation here. Second here. So tonight this presentation is on an update for council on the unhoused, sorry, I got some problems here. Unhoused ad hoc committee priorities. Just to give a little bit of background, the Unhoused ad hoc committee was established by council in September of 2020. As part of the process and meetings with council, the committee provided 12 recommendations to council. When council adopted or approved those recommendations, they added 2 additional to bring it to a total of 14. The Unhoused ad hoc committee identified 5 recommended priorities from that list of 14. So on the screen are those 5 that were identified. First being establish a safe parking program. Second, supporting a mobile garbage removal program. Third was to explore the purchasing of a garbage compactor truck for the city to use. Fourth was hire a quality of life officer. And the 5th item was to explore differences amongst a police officer and a community service officer to fulfill that role of quality of life officer. That 5th one was completed by the committee. It was removed from the list, but was included on this slide to show the 5 that were identified initially. So to begin, we're looking at the safe parking program. Staff has developed a request for proposals and advertised it June 30th of 2021. The RFP is requiring of potential proposals to include an agreement with a site owner to provide a parking site for unhoused residents that have a vehicle to park safely on overnight hours. It also requires that the provider connect participants with County Office of Supportive Housing programs, provide toilets with hand washing stations and access to shower facilities, whether on site or available off site, provide for security of the participants, and also to report on progress measures to make sure that we can report back to council whether the program is successful or not. And these include both occupancy rates and the number of participants that move on to permanent housing. RFP is proposing for a 1-year contract with potential 2 1-year extension options. Funding for this program would either be through CARES Act funding or city reserves. Staff is going to continue looking for additional funding sources to continue paying for such programs. The RFP is estimated to come back to council on the October 4th, 2020 meeting in order to look at a possible award. The second program that we're working on is the mobile garbage removal program. Likewise, an RFP was developed for this program as well, advertised the same date of July 30th. This is primarily for encampment cleanup and illegal dumping cleanup as well. In consultation with the committee, we're also looking at some type of community cleanup programs as well, if needed. The contract would require that the contractor respond within 72 hours to locations that the city identifies that are in need of cleanup. They would be required to secure personal property and notice where items may be retrieved, and then to photograph and document the data from cleanups for us to get into measure performance and make sure that, that the program is successful. Likewise, this is also proposing a 1-year agreement with 2 1-year extensions possible. And again, same time frame, October 4th, to come back to council for consideration of the proposals. The third program is exploring the purchase of a garbage compactor truck. Bid specifications are currently being created for a rear loading, small size refuse compacting truck. The lead time that we have for new vehicles is 6 to 8 months from order to delivery. So staff was exploring 2 options, either joint purchasing authority through a program like Sourcewell for a new vehicle, and the other is competitive bidding for used vehicles. To put into context the pricing, for a new small rear loading compactor truck, we're looking at $170,000. The next category size larger, the price increases up to $240,000 and then continues to increase from there. Conversely, we also looked at a couple of vendors for used vehicles and a used rear loader to put to cost perspective is $87,500. When we discussed this with the committee recommended using the securing a used small rear loader compactor truck as a preferred option. So at this point, the bid specifications are being developed for a used truck, and we expect those to be completed in early August for procurement.
Bryce, I'm sorry to interrupt you. This is Fred here. So I'm sorry. I guess my understanding was the committee, we did not want to explore a used one due to the cost that it may incur for maintenance and repairs and all that. So that's what I was under the impression, that we were recommending a new vehicle, unless the committee members, unless I'm understanding wrong here. I thought we had agreed on exploring for a new vehicle.
The committee.
Go ahead, Bryce.
Yeah, so the committee continued discussions on it, and we know that Councilmember Brock had mentioned the fact that commercial vehicles had to require documentation and maintenance logs, and so there was a feeling of the committee to go ahead and procure a used vehicle based on that documentation exists for such vehicles, and they would be inspected by our fleet services staff.
Okay, Councilmember Bracco or Councilmember, are one of you wanting to respond to this? Because I would like Bryce to be able to get through his report and not really be interrupted in the middle of it when it's going to be council discussion on whether it's new or used. It's really not for him to be saying in his report.
Okay, right. Let's have Councilmember Bracco because he knows more about
I just wanted to clarify that we did not choose a used one over a new one. We just said that it would be wise to take a look. You never know what you're going to find on the used market. Sometimes you find some unbelievable, fantastic deals. But I thought we were going to be going in both directions.
Thank you. Let's save that for after staff gets through the report. Thank you.
So the next area of item was to hire a quality of life officer. Staff is reviewing funding plans to hire 2 quality of life officers. This would be a 2-year pilot program to address public safety issues relating to homelessness. We'll be using the data and reporting elements to provide, again, council with measures for success. These measures and performance measures may be amended as pilot program is in operation if more valid measures are identified as the program continues. The program cost is primarily personnel related. We're looking at securing 2 police officers. For our projection of $504,000 annually, that's 2 officers at highest pay. We do know that in a previous meeting, the number of $198,000 was provided. We believe that was the cost, assuming that existing officers would fulfill the quality of life officer position and be backfilled with brand new hires. So we'll be working to firm up that number. Some of the possible funding sources that we identified, there may be an opportunity to use some CDBG funding to fund a very small portion of that service. We're also looking at COVID funding, but we're still analyzing that to see if it meets the U.S. Treasury guidelines for the use of those funds. And the other would be potentially using the city reserves, but this would be dependent on how the fiscal picture looks at the year end, determining basically the revenues and expenditures at the end of the year to see if there's enough funding savings essentially for that program. So staff will continue gathering information and conducting analysis on the funding source to develop a recommendation. Whilst we can currently continue to develop the program model and propose program performance measures. Once the fiscal year financial picture is complete and recommendations are finalized, staff will return to council for possible authorization to proceed. The last service that we're looking at is to look at the Santa Clara County Office of Supportive Housing for services, essentially shopping for an a la carte services through them. We did engage with the Office of Supportive Housing to determine the services and costs that the city could possibly acquire from them. After a couple of conversations back and forth, we did receive the listing from the Office of Supportive Housing. It's attached to the staff report. It was basically a report that they provided to the County Unhoused Task Force. It does provide startup and annual costs. However, we sent an inquiry follow-up to them to ask if that's the cost that we would be expecting to be charged if you want to partake in that program. We have not received a response yet. One service that was not included but was described as a service that we would look for is an outreach team. In conversations with them, the cost would be about $200,000 per year for a dedicated team. We had asked them if we could take a partial team or for only part-time. They mentioned they would have to work with another agency in our area to see if they'd be willing to take a partial level of service from them. The intent of the outreach team would be to link the homeless with the Office of Supportive Housing Services. We did discuss this with the committee, and there were some concerns about the significant funding without clear outcomes. Basically, there's no guarantee for the high cost of services to see reduced homelessness level. And we'd like the outreach team instead to focus on counseling the homeless to improve their condition, not just essentially throwing services that they may or may not be able to participate in or be willing to participate in. At this point, the Office of Supportive Housing has not responded to inquiries about the annual costs, if that's what the will be charged. It was clear from the discussions with the Office of Supportive Housing that the programs were not set up initially, at least for this a la carte type of purchasing of services. They're working on a standard agreement for cities in order to participate and join in those programs. So staff will continue to work with Office of Supportive Housing to develop those prices and determine if service structures can be made to meet the concerns that the committee raised. And then once price and service outcomes are known, staff will return and present them to council for consideration. One component of that obviously is the financial side. So on the screen is some financial information from the American Rescue Plan Act. This is the distribution that went to council. So the city is anticipated to receive 10.9 million. 10.6 is allocated in the plan towards streets, position add backs, loss of revenue, and then furlough and concessions. So at least about $300,000 identified at the bottom of the table for available for programming, which includes infrastructure, homelessness, and housing, and other programs. At the June 7th priorities discussion with council, there was some discussion about financial numbers for certain programs being identified. Again, none of these were set or officially acted on, but for safe parking, there's discussion of up to $50,000. For the garbage removal program, no set dollar figure was rendered available. For the garbage compactor truck, it looks like 100,000 to 200,000 was a number that was mentioned. And quality of life officer is where the $198,000 per officer was listed. So as these, for example, the safe parking garbage removal program comes back in with the RFP, we'll have a better idea about what numbers we're seeing as far as what the proposals are containing. Same with the garbage compactor truck once the bid out is done. And then we'll be firming up the quality of life officer number for council as well. So in conclusion, the priorities are moving forward. Safe parking, mobile garage removal, and the garbage compactor truck are heading towards procurement. We'll come back to council in October. Quality of life officers will return to council for consideration once the year-end revenues and expenditures are known. And then we have that program set up for council consideration. And then the services from the Office of Supportive Housing will present to council once the costs and projected outcomes are known from Office of Supportive Housing. With that completes the presentation. I'm happy to address any questions or comments.
Okay, thank you, Bryce. Wow, for me, those last two slides on the numbers are what I needed to see. They weren't in the staff report, and I thought, wait a minute, there were numbers we were looking at there. So, okay, so I will go to council first and see.
Can we see the slide, Marie? Can we have that? Keep that up. The one with the numbers.
Yes, Bryce. Can you?
Is this?
Yes, that one. Thank you. And I'll go to council. If you raise your hand now with the slide up, I can't see everybody. So, say hello out loud if you've got your hand raised and I don't see you. So I see Councilmember Marks's hand. I don't know if you were first, but I'm going to go to you.
Okay, and I'm going to ask for Councilmember Tovar and Councilmember Bracco to put in any input as I'm talking or as I have questions. Okay, gentlemen? On this priority list, say parking up to 50,000, Bryce, are these figures coming from that extra 300,000?
I believe that the intention was that. Again, unfortunately, I wasn't at that meeting itself to describe, with certainty that was the number that was the source of the funding identified at that meeting. Okay. That is the funding source that we're looking at as a potential.
Because I have a question, and council, correct me if I misunderstood, but I thought that we were just going to suggest 50,000 for safe parking, because I know Councilmember Larome Munoz talked about upgrades in the internet service for everyone, the digital divide. We talked about how the rest of that money should be spent on a wide variety of people in the city of Gilroy, besides just the unhoused. Let's talk about that one first. Council, did I misunderstand that conversation at the last meeting?
I don't think that's phrased specifically enough, Carol, for us to respond to that. Yeah.
Okay. I guess what I'm trying to say is I just don't want the council or the public to think that the unhoused committee said we're taking all the 300,000, because to my knowledge, we did not say that. I do remember 50,000 for safe parking we asked for, but the other 250,000 I thought was going to be shared with other people's input on money that was going to be spent. That's what I'm asking.
We asked staff to come back with the top 5 priorities and give us information like they're doing tonight. We were focused on that 300,000 because that's all that was left, right?
Mm-hmm.
Absent knowing of another fund and identifying it, we didn't have another source, but it didn't mean that the compactor truck couldn't be paid for somewhere else, or a quality of life officer somewhere else. That's for staff, that's for Jimmy to tell us. But we certainly did have dollar limits on what we were looking at.
Okay, and then I have a question for either Jimmy or Bryce. How many vacancies do we have in the police department?
That might be a better question for the police chief or Leanne, our HR director.
Or either one. Well, okay, whoever wants to answer, because it's going to lead into my second question.
We currently have 5 openings for sworn positions in the police department. We have several candidates in final hiring steps to fill some of those vacancies. And we're continuing to take applications on an ongoing basis. And we conduct interviews periodically.
So with the 5 vacancies that we have, is the money funded for those 5 vacancy positions as of right now? Is there money sitting in that department?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
okay. So
if not used for overtime because of the vacancies.
Okay. So I'm wondering why the 2 quality of life officers, why they're not taking the place of those 2 vacancies. And then if they're already employees of the city of Gilroy, then some of the newer people coming in would be able to replace them. I guess what I'm saying is the funding should already be there for the quality of life officers.
I think through the mayor, if I may, I think Chief Espinosa can answer that question for you. I will tell you that it is very rare that the police department is 100% completely filled, but the amount of time that they have to do work is filled. So I'll let Chief Espinosa delineate the difference between having full staffing that includes 2 additional quality of life officers versus using 2 of those 5 vacancies for that function.
Okay.
Right. So some of the cutbacks we had from the last fiscal year, we had 7 frozen positions, 4 of those being sworn police officers. 2 of those were the quality of life previously funded positions that we weren't able to fill because we weren't able to recruit and keep up with the positions that we lost either through attrition or folks leaving to other agencies. So we currently have 5 vacancies, and like Leanne said, we're in the process of recruiting and hiring for some of those, but we're still trying to catch up from the last 4 that we lost. And one of them being a traffic officer and a sworn police officer, with the other 2 quality of life officers. So we're still trying to fill those vacancies to begin with, the 4 and 5.
So is your funding there for those 5 vacancies?
The current, yes.
Okay, so that's a consideration for where that money can come from. Jimmy, I don't know, this might be a question for you. There is an equipment, I'm not saying it correctly. What's that, when you buy big trucks, big equipment, what fund is that? That is.
We have a fleet replacement fund.
Okay. Could the compactor truck be funded out of that fund?
Maybe, but that's not how the fund is designed to work. It is designed that once you have purchased a vehicle, then you start paying into it for its eventual replacement. So if you add to the fleet, you would then need to add, have that dollar come from somewhere.
Okay. All right. That's it for now. And I'll let the other council members and the public speak.
Okay. I see Councilmember Armandaris's hand. Rebecca?
Thank you, Mayor. So a few things, and I'd like to start with safe parking. Well, actually, I'd like to say first that, again, I feel like our priorities and the way that we're approaching this is upside down and backwards. And all of the studies and all of the best practices from cities across the country tell us that when we address the root cause of things versus the optics, versus the superficial things like garbage, the best way to eliminate homelessness is by addressing the root cause of things. And so I look at the 50,000 for safe parking and the scope of the work that is being asked of somebody to perform with the RFP. It seems it's unrealistic. It's unattainable to reach those kind of to provide those kind of services for such a small amount of money, and yet we're attaching six figures to all these other services that are only dealing with the optics and only dealing with those things that are superficial and that are consequences of homelessness, not the root cause. They're not solutions. And so I am frustrated with that. And I know we voted on these things already, but I have to say these things are going to play out this way. By having officers dedicated to encampments, we're going to further criminalize our folks in the encampments instead of helping them to achieve housing, right? And the services they need to get housing. And so that's my statement on the safe parking program. I'd like to see a better budget for it, working in nonprofits for a long time, and looking at those numbers, even just for a case manager, a good case manager, who's resourceful and looking at the folks' humanity and their needs. It costs way more than $50,000, and so I would like to see more funding dedicated there. I support you if we're gonna purchase a compactor, a trash compactor, we can save $100,000 by going with one that's used. So if it's going to serve our entire community, then it should be cost efficient. And I know they come with warranties now. It's not like a used junk one. Like Councilmember Bracco said, you can find some really good deals on used things, and as a public vehicle, it has some pretty stringent requirements in terms of record keeping and maintenance. The other thing is the thought of using CDBG money or COVID money to address these things that are, again, the symptoms of homelessness versus dedicating that money to addressing the root cause of it, I think would be unethical, and it would definitely be unethical. I sat on the CDBG committee for 2 terms, and remembering the parameters of that program, I really think that we'd be pushing it in terms of legality, and unethical definitely in terms of using the money for things that don't help people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilmember Hilton.
Thank you, Mayor Blankley. I want to second what Councilmember Armandaris said just right now as well. I'm in favor of the safe parking. I think we should increase the budget to it. I understand that there's members on this council that are concerned with the way things look at homelessness, but again, I'm more about addressing the root causes. I mean, if we have to balance stuff out here, like one towards preventing homelessness, looking at the root cause, and then funding one that's on the other side for aesthetics, I'd like to at least see if we can come to an agreement on that. As far as the quality of life officers, I mean, I watched this council go through that pilot program under the previous chief, and I remember him reporting back that this is not only one of the hardest positions to recruit for, but it was a high burnout rate. This is not what police officers want to do. I haven't heard from anybody from the police union saying that this is what they want to do, or this is what the new hires want to come to Gilroy for. And you know, we do not have anybody dedicated to go inside of our creeks, our trails, and update the homeless database for our residents that live here, that need housing. The only way to do that is to get somebody to pay somebody, and that's the Office of Supportive Housing, not relying on volunteers, not relying on any community-based organization that's here, but actually work with someone that can be dedicated and come down here. So I'm very much in support of allocating that funding, that $200,000 for Office of Supportive Housing for a consistent outreach. And I think that the Compassion Center might speak up here tonight, but you know, they're moving to a mobile service now, and even they don't update everybody's homeless database when they need housing. And now it's going to be even harder for someone to physically walk into a place and say, here's where I am now. So those are my concerns. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Tovar and then Councilmember Bracco. And I'm just going to repeat, Council, that this is not to rehash priorities. The priorities are set. We're going to talk about dollar, but if you're going to be introducing different things for us to be paying for, that's something that was on a previous agenda. So we're talking about these things here. And then the next agenda item, we'll get to endorse whether or not to endorse the root cause of homelessness through the county. Okay, Councilmember Tovar and Councilmember Bracco.
Thank you, Mary. And I'm not going to sidetrack on any of these priorities. I just want to make a comment in regards to the quality of life officers. Our whole reasoning and discussion was not about harassing the homeless. It's actually protecting many of the homeless who are being harassed by other folks and are being raped or, you know, stabbed or whatever it may be. So that was my priority in regards to the quality of life officers, is not only to protect those vulnerable homeless individuals, but also to protect the community. So I never saw it as, let's hire them to harass the homeless. That's not what it's for. It was to protect folks who, when we met with the homeless community, many, if not all of them, said that they feel scared, that there's crime going on and rapes and everything else, drugs, everything else. And we felt we need to protect those vulnerable individuals. So I want to make sure that the community knows it's not to harass the homeless, it's to protect them, but also to protect our community. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Bracco.
I agree with Councilmember Tovar. I don't understand why some people believe the homeless should live in squalor and not be protected like everyone else in the city is. You know, people take food to them every day down there, and the food just boxes and trash just piles up. And that's one of the reasons we're looking at trying to help doing some cleanup and you know, making things a little more sanitary. I thought, well, this is just supposed to be a report. I'm not even sure why this came back to us already without any numbers. But one of the things I wanted to say is the Compassion Center does gather information on all the homeless that they have contact with. And I think we're getting hung up on, you know, semantics. A quality of life officer. You know, to me, a police officer is a police officer. If the police officer is dealing with a homeless person on 10th Street, that leaves another officer to come to the citizen's house to report a burglary or an injury or something. We have, I got some numbers here, like 4,440 calls in 2019 for the homeless issues. That works out to pretty much an officer's whole day. Every day we have an officer, where our officers are spending enough time dealing with homeless issues that would amount to a full-time police officer. So, you know, there's other ways to look at it, but I'm not sure really what we're even doing on this tonight. Since we don't have any numbers, we can't make any decisions. Thank you.
Okay, well, I can maybe try to give some, I don't know, some guidance there, see if I can get us all to agree on what we want staff to do going forward. This report has come back to us because it's showing, taking one at a time with the safe parking program, that an RFP has gone out, when it's gone out, when we would expect to hear back on that. The $50,000 number is just a number with us trying to do the one example that we have nearby, and that's what the Morgan Hill Bible Church is doing. Morgan Hill puts in $30,000. That's it. And that doesn't mean that it only costs $30,000 to run a safe parking program. It means that it's a partnership between the city, between the property owner who's donating the property and all the facilities, between the service provider that's overseeing it. And in the case of that one in Morgan Hill, it was the Compassion Center, who has a lot of their own donations. So it is not to suggest that $50,000 is all it costs, but that's what we were starting with as the city putting in towards a safe parking program that I do believe we all are unanimously agreed upon wanting to try that if we can get a property owner willing to participate. So that's the one. We know it'll be coming back in October. We can see if it's a matter of needing more money from the city because of what the RFPs are, we can discuss that then. The second item of trash is something we all said we want. Well, I don't know about all of us, but the majority of us said that we wanted trash picked up. And that's not as much to do with just the unhoused population as it is keeping our city clean so that we can attract economic development, so we can attract people to stay in our hotels. We have to keep trash picked up, and that's especially difficult with encampments that are around. And yes, you can address the root causes, but it's going to take years to actually see it in a difference of people actually out on the streets. And then the garbage truck was something that the majority of the council wanted to see too, and would be a good asset for the city to have. Lastly was the police officers. And what I see as the purpose of that coming back to us tonight is to put into our minds that that is a $1 million price tag for 2 years. Yes, it's the cost of 2 officers. Certainly the police department could consider whether or not 2 of the existing 5 vacancies in the department could go to just that. But that's for our police chief to tell us, because he knows how much time is currently being spent by our police officers anyway, dealing with not only issues out in encampments, but with our businesses that are continually broken into, that have issues. We all are getting calls by business owners who are having problems with people breaking in, taking water, taking electricity, all that kind of stuff. And it requires our police to respond to things like that. So that's why we're here looking at this tonight. These were the things, and to tell us what staff found about using services from the Office of Supportive Housing. So we've learned all that here tonight. We've had the numbers. How do we want to suggest staff go forward? I think they should continue with the RFP on the safe parking. And if it turns out that what comes back needs more money, then that's for us to talk about. I think we should move forward with the trash thing. The police officers, I personally would leave that up to our police chief as to how that should go. Those are my 2 cents. Nothing for, okay, Councilmember Armendariz. Oh, I need to go to the public too. So could I go to the public first, or would you
Absolutely.
like to? Okay,
No,
let's do that. Okay, so Michelle, I'd like to open the public comment period if we've got anybody wanting to speak.
Absolutely. We'll start with Tim Davis. Tim will be followed by Trista Bauman.
Okay, and everybody, I want to, great, we've got a timer. Okay, good. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tim Davis from the Gilroy Compassion Center. And first of all, I'll start with something positive. The safe parking program, I'm happy to see that is, an item that everybody seems to be in agreement on. I just want to clarify one thing, that $30,000 for our management of the safe park in Morgan Hill only covers 8 households. So if we do want to really make a difference, you can just do the math and figure out that it's going to take a lot more money than that. But, $50,000 would probably cover up to maybe 12 households. I agree with Councilmember Armendariz's comment that, unfortunately, there's very little in here that addresses the root causes as we're looking at possibly endorsing the community plan to end homelessness. There are almost no strategies in these 5 that even come close to mirroring the strategies in that plan. We need to do more. Yes, it will take time, but there's other things we can do, like sanctioned encampments that can really get people off the streets in a safe environment and mitigate the garbage and the crime and all of that. I highly recommend that if it's possible to rethink some of these strategies. Regarding the outreach, we do that every day, and we're in process of hiring 2 additional case managers, and we've promoted 1. Everybody's getting trained for doing more of that work. We update our databases every single day. We go to people all the time. I'd love to get involved, but I think that we can definitely work with the city and with the county to make that happen. We also have picked up 42 tons of garbage at our own expense, $10,000 in disposal fees, along with about $15,000 in staff fees, all at our own expense. And it has hardly made a dent in the problem. We would like to continue that. We'll be applying for the RFP. And the last thing I want to say is we really need to address prevention of homelessness. At the end of this moratorium, which ends in September, there's going to be a tsunami of homelessness. 75% of the residents who are unhoused here come from here, and that's been documented, and it's only going to grow larger. So if all we're talking about is buying a garbage truck, we're not going to get any closer to solving this problem. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Trista Bauman, and she will be followed by Chris.
Thank you very much. My name is Trista Bauman. I'm a Gilroy resident. I'm also an attorney with 15 years of experience working in criminal justice and housing and homelessness policy. I'm currently the senior attorney at the National Homelessness Law Center, which has been in existence for over 30 years. We're the only national legal organization whose sole mission is to prevent and end homelessness using the power of the law. We're based in Washington, D.C., and our purview is national. Since 2006, we have tracked a set of 187 cities and watched their criminal justice approaches, their policing approaches to homelessness fail. I think it's important for you all to know that some of what you've identified as priorities are consistent with national best practices that have actually produced results for communities that are investing taxpayer resources into them. Policing responses have universally failed. They will waste resources because police are not the appropriate first responders to homelessness. There's a lot of research to document that, which is why communities are moving away from police officers who, as we heard, don't want to do this type of policing work in favor of trained professionals who are better equipped to address the crises that unhoused people are facing, social workers, mental health workers, and others. That's a much better investment. In addition to the just direct waste of paying for police officers to solve what is the social crisis of homelessness when they don't have housing to offer, they have involvement with the criminal justice system to offer, and that results in increased barriers to housing access. Those tickets that people get, the loss of property that results from police contact, and certainly arrests and incarceration are new barriers to housing access and can kick people out of even subsidized housing that they would otherwise be eligible for. So it in fact worsens the crisis in addition to wasting in a direct way what the costs are. It also risks the public fisc in other ways. It risks litigation. For example, my organization and many others do litigation on behalf of unhoused people whose rights are violated, for example, when they're faced with criminal justice penalties for living outside in public space when they don't have access to housing or shelter, which is the case here in, and not just in Gilroy, but certainly in Gilroy. It also directly threatens federal funding. HUD provides funding through a competitive process to local continuums of care, and HUD withholds funding from communities that are engaged in policing strategies to address homelessness. So, that's not a practice to invest in. It'll waste resources, whereas the safe parking program is providing fruit that can provide the type of strategic, sustainable benefit that the unhoused population here needs. And I would urge you to prioritize that rather than policing responses that will fail this community, as they have others.
Thank you. All right, Michelle, do you have quite a few that you can see want to speak?
Four.
Okay, great. Go ahead, continue.
Our next speaker is Chris, who will be followed by Vanessa.
Good evening, council members, mayor. I'll be brief. One, I want to echo what Tim, Tristia, Councilmember Armand Diaz, and Councilmember Hilton stated. I share their sentiments as well. I think that the safe parking program, from what I know, is sound and sounds like a good way forward. But it does appear that some of the other parts of this plan are misplaced and should frankly be reconsidered. I think starting with the police officers serving as the respondents to homelessness concerns. I'm sure that Tristia and Tim can say a lot more on this than I can, but it's people with social services backgrounds who have been trained to deal with the homeless population that should be the responders, not police officers, for a number of reasons, one of which may not have been mentioned earlier, which is sheer cost. I am shocked at the price tag for these two potential quality of life officers. It just seems like an unwise use of city monies. And then I would also say, with respect to the garbage truck, I understand the blight issue. That I think that concerns everybody, and maybe there should be a more deliberate effort on trash cleanup. But of course, the Compassion Center is doing work, so maybe you should be just supporting the Compassion Center in their efforts and their expansion efforts for efficiency purposes. Or if the interest is really in having trash pickup, formal trash pickup by a service, could it be piggybacked on top of the refuse contract that the city has? It seems to me buying the city's own trash truck and what goes along with that is not the most efficient way to go about it. I would look at piggybacking it on top of the city refuse contract. So I guess those are all my comments on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris, I missed who you're with or who you represent or what. Are you an agency or are you a resident of Gilroy?
I am a resident of Gilroy.
Okay, thank you. All right, Michelle, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Vanessa, who will be followed by Bruce. Oh, sorry, I pushed the wrong button. Oh, you know what? So with Vanessa, she needs to upgrade. It's wanting to promote her to a panelist to allow her to speak. Is that something you are okay with? Otherwise, she can leave the meeting, update, and come back in and then speak.
I'm okay with that because you'll be able to exit her out as soon as she's done, right?
So she is coming over right now and then.
Okay.
Minutes.
Okay, I'm here.
Hi,
Can you
Vanessa.
hear me?
Yes, go ahead and
Hi.
start.
Okay, so a couple of comments on the priorities and the cost attached to each priority. I hear Councilmember Bracco commenting that the quality of life officers are meant to be a response to what unhoused individuals have shared about not feeling safe because of being victims of crime, rather than it being a punitive effort. However, as someone who works extensively, specifically with females who have been raped multiple times, what they will tell you they want most of all is safe housing that has a door that they can lock. They do not want to sleep in a tent and have to depend on an officer with a gun. So if we invested in other options that address the causes, such as partnering with Office of Supportive Housing, that would actually solve the people being victims of crime in homeless camps, because we would be able to get them housed safely and away from the vulnerability. Also, as someone who works extensively with Office of Supportive Housing and Abode, they do phenomenal work. They have mental health counselors on staff. They have housing specialists on staff. They have case management on staff. So it's a true wraparound approach. What is lacking in Gilroy is affordable housing. every single individual who is currently being housed that's a lifelong Gilroy resident is being relocated to San Jose. There is no affordable housing opportunity to place them in Gilroy. Through volunteering and providing case management, I personally am in the process of helping 5 families be housed since March by partnering with Office of Supportive Housing, by networking and asking them for help to come and help these people. So I absolutely know that the reward on investment is way higher than we would get from a quality of life officer who doesn't have the training, resources, or experience to get people housed and off the streets. The last thing I want to share is that on the RFP for the safe parking program, the starting number of $50,000 a year, the RFP specifically requires 13 hours of paid security per day. At minimum wage, that cost comes out to $66,000 a year for just paid security. So while there are grant matching opportunities, we definitely need to look at being willing to invest more money on safe parking and then partnering with projects like the VTA Affordable Apartment Complex so that we have places to move individuals into as they move on. Thank you.
Okay, any other speakers?
We have 2 more. Our next speaker is Bruce.
Okay, so that's more than, all right, that's fine, but I just wanted to go down to 2 minutes if we have that many more speakers.
So after Bruce, somebody just raised their hand. Lizanne,
Okay.
what's the last speaker?
Let's go, because that was already 4. So can we go down to 2 minutes, please? And callers, if you're saying something, you know, please use your time to say something different. If you just want to ditto what someone else said, then just say that. Can we set the timer for 2 minutes each? All right, next speaker.
Bruce, you should be good to go.
Good. Hi, how you doing? Bruce with the Whether It's All podcast here in Gilroy. Thank you for all the people here that are representing this RSP for the parking there. I totally agree with you guys on that issue. However, as Chris said about the trash issue, we do have the trash contract coming up with the city. And I also think that that should be taken care of during the contract and having that as a added on piggyback to the to that contract to take care of the homeless population as far as the garbage is concerned. And I'm definitely against the 2 extra officers. We have funded for 5 officers. There's no reason why we should have to have 2 specialized officers on this. And also, if it concerns me, another thing about the 25% of the transient population that we got here, if we have 75% of our Gilroy residents that are homeless here, you know, just the 75% of the number of them, the 25% of the transient population, are they ones that are going to be housed in the safe housing, or are they just being transients and down into the creeks and stuff? So I'd be concerned about the situation of all the homeless people here, because it's an important a problem that we have, but along with Rebecca and what she said with the root cause, with the drugs and everything else that's involved in it, we really need to hit the root causes and not just the visual. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Lizanne.
Lizanne, are you here?
Hi. Yeah, I just saw the sign. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this is going to be really quick. I agree with Rebecca and Tim Davis. Let's get to the root cause and get permanent housing for these people. That's it.
All right, thank you.
And our last speaker is Francesca.
Thanks for taking my question or my input. So I'm the Director of Outreach for Compassion Center, and we're going mobile. So I really feel that we're going to be able to meet the people where they are. No longer are they going to have to come to us, but we're going closer to them. What's going to make the difference is knowing, you know, who's in the homeless database, getting them in the homeless database. we can't really pull strings. I know Vanessa said that she's working with 5 families, but there is a system called the VI SPDAT, and that prioritizes and gives vulnerable index numbers, and each agency pulls from that. And it's the people who have the housing that really are able to house the homeless. And so what Gilroy really needs is ELI, extremely low income housing. I know we have the Alexander and the Cannery and Harvest, but that's affordable. And it's not even really affordable to people who aren't making more than $40,000 a year. And our homeless don't have jobs. If you make $15 an hour, you're never going to be in affordable. So we need City Council to approve the VTA strategy for the transit park, I don't know what to call it, for extremely low housing to be included in that, so that our homeless do have an avenue. First, it might be a safe car park, but we still need encampments, sanctioned encampments, where counselors can help the individual. Thank you.
All right, are there any others?
No, that was the last one.
All right, so I'll close the public comments and come back to council. Another round if council members have, I know I have some comments. Does anybody have anything they want to say before I go? Okay, what I want to say is, when it comes to the number of safe park of families that can be served by safe parking, that's up to the property owner that's volunteering their property. So the fact that there was only 8 in Morgan Hill is because that was the restriction set by that property owner. That property owner also said only single women with children, not just anybody. So there are restrictions based on, I mean, when you have a property owner who's volunteering their property for a safe parking, then we have to go with what they want to do with their property and how many they want to go there. So that's that. And as far as sanctioned encampments go, that is not something that we're discussing here tonight. That's not something that the council has said they want to put on any of these priority lists. I don't want the public out there now calling into us saying that they weren't aware that we were talking about sanctioning encampments and that some of our parks would get used for things. That is not what this council, it's not been agendized. It's not what we're discussing, and it's not part of this at all. Okay. And as far as a BTA's TOD, that's a different agenda item coming up later. So does anybody have any other comments on this agenda item? Chief Espinoza?
Yeah, the chief.
Madam Mayor, I just want to clarify that the 4 positions that were reduced are not funded. And that includes the 2 previously approved quality of life officers. So if you take into consideration the 4 positions that were reduced, along with the vacancies that we have and the deployable amount of officers that we have, that's 8-9 positions that we have to draw from our traffic division, the anti-crime team. So those previously reduced positions, the 4 are no longer funded. And so we are trying to stay afloat, like I say, by pulling from the traffic division and the anti-crime team, just to be able to staff our patrol division. And these quality of life officers, if those positions are filled, they will be filled by experienced officers, not newly hired officers. Newly hired officers would start at patrol and do that as their primary function. These quality of life officers will be carefully selected and employ some collaborative, contemporary model approach to that endeavor.
Okay. So why don't I try this? Jimmy, you're here, right? To help me with what I'm about to try here and stop me if maybe this, I shouldn't try it, but I'm trying to have us go somewhere. And maybe this is the time for the council once again to weigh in on how many of us how do a majority of us feel on each of these items. And you know what I mean? Because maybe if the majority wants to put more resources towards a safe parking, for example, and not so much, you know, I don't know if the majority of this council if anything changes. So, okay, Dion, you go ahead and speak. I'm just trying to figure out if there's a difference in feeling about those 5 things than we had the last time we prioritized them.
Well, we can't make any decision until we know exactly how much it's going to cost.
No, I know, but I understand.
If we just accept the report and let staff move on, then in October, when they come back with the RFPs, there might not be any RFPs. We might not find anybody that wants to oversee safe parking program, or we may see that the garbage is just too much. So I think we ought to just accept the report, let staff get the information that we need to make our decision. Thank you.
Okay, I'm okay with that. Everybody okay with that then? Okay, that looked like a unanimous thumbs up. Okay. You got what you need, Jimmy?
Yes, Mayor, the only action was to receive the report. So we did.
No, I know, but I mean that you got enough information to know how to proceed. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Very good. Moving on to item 10 then. Introduction of new business, Unhoused Ad Hoc Committee recommendation to adopt a resolution endorsing the community plan to end homelessness. And Jimmy, I think you're going to give this report, right?
Yes, I am, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. This item came before the full council back in the beginning of January of this year. And at that time, the council considered adopting the community plan to end homelessness, but did not adopt the resolution doing so. This item was taken up by the Homeless Ad Hoc Committee, and over several months has been discussed and evaluated. And in fact, the Destination Home representatives met personally with the Ad Hoc Committee, and thus they have a recommendation for you tonight to adopt a resolution to endorse the community plan. Before I get started in a very short presentation, I want to acknowledge we have two individuals here that are here to support and answer any questions you have. And one is Ray Bramson, who is the Chief Operating Officer of Destination Home, and the second is Catherine Kaminsky, who is out of the Office of Supportive Housing for Santa Clara County. So they can answer any questions you may have or such, but I will dive in and give you just a little bit of background. This is a much shorter report than we brought to you in January, but the information is still the same. The county adopted a community plan to end homelessness for 2025. They have intended to provide regional approaches to addressing homelessness. I do believe that's something we all can agree that it is not something that one city or one entity will be able to solve alone. And they developed the continuum of care group of homeless service and shelter providers and governmental agencies. And so the new community plan from 2020 to 2025 was adopted by the county and has been adopted by several cities in our county as well. The community plan has 3 overarching strategy focus areas. Address the root causes of homelessness through system and policy changes, expand homelessness prevention and housing programs to meet the need, and improve the quality of life for unsheltered individuals and create healthy neighborhoods for all. Many of these items that you see in the community plan are included in the council's overall mission, values, and work plan items for the next 2 fiscal years. So they do link up. There are a total of 49 initiatives within the plan, and most of them relate to expanding programs, finding additional funding, or modification of policies. The adoption of the resolution endorsing the plan does not commit the city to undertake any specific action. So we have been asked that question, and does it obligate the city to do anything? And it does not. It is a support of a plan. And so any specific programs or any specific items that the city may be interested in doing would come back as a separate item and a separate consideration. Just because you're endorsing the plan doesn't mean that you are committed to doing any actions within it. It does not establish any operational or financial commitments on behalf of the city. Again, that would have to come back as a separate item. The adoption shows your support of the countywide initiatives and having a regional approach. And I think that's the most important part of the analysis and the resolution. So the recommendation is that the ad hoc committee recommends adoption of the resolution endorsing the community plan. If council does adopt the plan, we would let our county partners know and would be able to join the groups that are working on some of these issues. As some have stated, it would give the city a better chance to have a seat at the table for funding and other program opportunities. And so with that recommendation, that concludes my report.
Okay, Jimmy, the slides were not advancing. I don't know if you meant for them to be advancing, but they were not. The slides. Okay.
Okay. I had a technical difficulty, but I said
Okay.
everything that was on the slide.
Yeah,
So
that's fine. Okay, so thank you. So, okay, council, do you have any questions of Jimmy or comments that you want to make at this point? I don't see any hands. Okay, I'm going to be, I can tell you, I mean, we'll get to public comment, but I intend to be supporting this. I'm very, very grateful for the ad hoc committee's time and energies and considering all this. I don't need any other information from anybody else here because I believe it's something we should be endorsing. So I'm going to go to public comment if I don't see any other council members with a hand raised.
Mayor.
Oh, okay, Councilmember Tovar. Sorry.
Thank you for those comments. I just want to echo the same, and I want to thank my fellow ad hoc committee members for endorsing and supporting this. I think after long review and discussion and research, I think we all felt the same way, and we felt that it was time for us to move forward on this. So I want to thank them for their diligence and hard work in researching and approving this. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, I guess I do have one question out of curiosity. If someone's here can answer it. How many of the 15 cities in Santa Clara County have now already endorsed the community plan to end homelessness? Because it was 5 when we were first asked about this. What is that number today?
Ray, could you help us with that, please?
Yeah, certainly, Jimmy, and Mayor, council members, thank you very much for considering tonight. We have 8 cities in the county of Santa Clara that have officially endorsed the plan. We're also returning to Palo Alto later this month, and we'll be going in with a few others on the slate as well.
Yeah, no, that answers my question. So you have 8 out of 15. Okay. All right. I don't think we're that far behind then, is what I'm saying. Okay, 8 out of 15. All right. I'd like to go to public comment then and open the public hearing and, well, not public hearing, but go to public comment. Do we have anybody?
Yes, at this point we have, it looks like 7 speakers. I'll start with our first, Tim Davis.
Okay, I'm sorry, how many speakers did you say?
Now we're up to 8 speakers.
Okay, can we cut the time to 2 minutes each, please? All right, thank you.
Mr. Davis.
Thank you, council members. And also, I want to echo what Fred Tovar said, Councilmember Tovar. I'm very, very grateful and inspired by the ad hoc committee's decision to endorse this plan. I think it's a great, great first step in trying to actually address the root causes of the problem. One comment I'd like to make is that in addition to doing this, I would strongly encourage the ad hoc committee or the broader council to actually create their own plan that mirrors this plan in some way, not having to adopt every single strategy that's contained in it, but pick the ones that seem to suit the culture of Gilroy and really help to address its unique needs, because this plan has been well researched, its strategies have been proven, and we would really, all of us, I think we can agree, would like to see an end to homelessness in Gilroy. And I'm very grateful that you're willing to do this. If we don't actually do something more than just adopt this plan and actually get into the meat of it and create our own plan and strategies for how to address these issues, then this will be nothing more than a ceremonial vote. So I really encourage that to take place. And I'm very thankful that you've made that step. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim. All right, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Trista Bauman. She'll be followed by Jorge Mendoza.
Hello, everyone. It's me again. Thank you so much for taking my comment. I'll keep it short and sweet. I would urge you to endorse the plan. I'm very pleased to hear our mayor and the ad hoc committee say that they intend to endorse the plan. And I'd also like to second Tim's suggestion that a tailored plan for Gilroy created by the ad hoc committee that reflects what is best in the plan would be great for this community. I'll add, just again, from the national perspective, the plan is consistent with national best practices, and implementation of the plan will lead to increased funding. This is where the money is going federally. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. All right, next speaker.
Jorge Mendoza will be followed by David Almeida.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Jorge Mendoza y voy a hablar primero en español y alguien me va a ayudar a traducir.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jorge Mendoza. He will be talking in Spanish and I will be helping him translate.
Soy el fundador del grupo Un Nuevo Amanecer, enfocados especialmente en escuchar por qué las personas se quedan sin hogar y nuestro enfoque es ayudarles a encontrar soluciones para sacarlos de vivir en la calle o de sus carros y puedan encontrar un hogar.
I am the founder of a group Nuevo Amanecer, focused especially on listening to why people become homeless. And our focus is to help them find solutions to get them off the streets or out of their cars and find a home. Our group walks the streets or under bridges to get to know the stories of the homeless people. We don't judge them. We look at them as people who deserve a second chance. Thank you for your support.
Gracias.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker.
David Almeida will be followed by Bruce.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Council. Thank you for taking me to comment on this. I want to speak in favor of the resolution. I'm a resident of downtown Gilroy, and I'm definitely in favor of seeing some regional effort and seeing Gilroy participate in a regional effort to improve the homeless situation. And I particularly liked one of the sections, strategy 3, number 5, ensuring that community spaces are safe and welcoming for the housed and the unhoused. I thought that was a particularly nice thing that I think we could use a lot of improvement on, particularly in downtown and the surrounding neighborhoods. Thanks.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Bruce, will be followed by Liz Ann. Bruce, you look muted.
Yes, I'm here. Hi,
okay, you're on.
Hi, Bruce again from the Weather Toll podcast. Hey, I really like this resolution that you guys have for the county. I think we should be one of the 15 cities, and I think really all 15 cities should be able to adopt this resolution to be a cohesive part of all this homeless problem that we have. Tim and Trista just hit it right on top of the heads, and Jorge was great too. I just want to encourage us as Gilroy citizens also to kind of adopt our own ad hoc system with these values in mind, because I think that this would go a lot farther than trash compactors and things like that. So that's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Liz Ann will be followed by Chris.
Hi again. I just wanted to also add thank you and please endorse Destination Home. And this addresses the root cause with permanent housing. And also, I believe Gilroy's ratio of homeless is a lot worse than all the other parts of South County. So all the more reason. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Chris, will be followed by our last speaker, Jan Bernstein Shargan.
Yes, it's Chris Demers again, and like others, I support this plan, and I appreciate the council and the mayor putting their support behind it, and just want to reiterate the point that the operationalization of it is key. So please make it more than a symbolic measure, but follow the precepts of it closely so that we're finding solutions. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then our last speaker is Jan. Jan, you should be able to unmute.
No.
She's been allowed to speak, but just she needs to unmute herself.
Hi, this is Jan. I'm just want to thank the council for endorsing the community plan to end homelessness. I want to encourage council and the city to ensure that the actions that we take are in coordination with this plan. As a city, we want to do the things that support the plan and are part of the plan, and not do the things that contradict the plan. So, we want to follow the best practices that are being adopted by our county in order to receive federal funding, in order to end homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all the speakers who took the time to be here tonight. Are there any others, Michelle?
No, that was it.
All right, thank you. So I will close the public comment time and come back to council for possible action. So
I'll move for approval.
Okay. Okay, so I've got Councilmember Tovar moved approval, seconded by Councilmember Armendariz, to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Gilroy endorsing the Santa Clara County Community Plan to End Homelessness 2020 to 2025. I'm sorry, Councilmember Bracco has a hand up.
Yes, I just wanted to let the community know that don't expect to see some big change in the homeless population. This isn't going to do much. The reason that I came to change my mind to support it is it's not going to hurt us, but they have avenues to funding up in Silicon Valley that we don't have. And my hope is that they will help us find funding to build a drug rehab in Gilroy that I believe would be one of the most important things that would have the most impact on the homeless community. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Michelle, I think we're ready for roll call.
Councilmember Armendariz?
Yes.
Bracco?
Yes.
Hilton?
Aye.
Marks?
Yes.
Tovar?
Yes.
Mayor Blankley?
Yes, and that's unanimous, but for Councilmember LaRomagno's not being here. Okay, item B, resolution declaring the Gilroy Gardens hillside property as surplus pursuant to Government Code Section 54221. This is the first of its kind, guys. Here we go. Karen, you're first of its kind for us, on our agenda. Karen, I think you're giving this report?
I am indeed.
Okay.
Thank you. So let me start the slideshow here. All right. So thank you, Mayor Blankley and council members. So as was indicated, this is kind of a first. The city may have in the past taken lands through the Surplus Land Act, but there's been some significant changes in the past couple of years to the Surplus Land Act. And so this is certainly the first time with these changes. So first of all, just a little bit about what we're calling that Gilroy Gardens hillside property. It's about 342 acres. And we don't have any plans for use by the city for government purposes. And if we want to consider any other uses, we are required to go through and comply with the Surplus Land Act. So again, recent amendments to the Surplus Land Act have been done, and those have mainly been geared towards ensuring that surplus land is made, it's put out there for affordable housing development. When this Surplus Land Act was originally done, it was really much of it was focused on making surplus land available for open space uses. And so that is still a priority as well. So those are kind of the main two focuses of the Surplus Land Act. So first of all, here's the property that we're talking about. And so it really is the open space property of what has previously been referred to as the 536 property. And so there is one very large parcel that we would actually, and as part of the notification to the groups that might be interested in this, let them know that we would plan to do lot line adjustment or a parcel map to split the largest one, because we do have a portion of that that has a reservoir on it that we certainly want to maintain and keep access to. And the top of the parcel actually does spill into a little bit some of the developed area. So we really just took the true open space area and 245 acres of that largest parcel, and then about another 100 acres of those two rectangular parcels on the right-hand side to comprise this site. So a little bit about what is the Surplus Land Act process. So we have to comply if we want to sell or lease land, and there are some exceptions listed under the Surplus Land Act where you would not need to go through this process, and I won't get into those, but just suffice to say that we do not meet any of those exceptions, so we must go through this process. And the first step of that is for council to declare the land as surplus, which is the action we're asking for this evening. The next step that we can do right away is, after you declare it as surplus, is we would do what's called a notice of availability. And that goes to not only the HCD, the State Department of Housing, but they maintain a list of developers, open space agencies, anybody who wants to get notification. They maintain that list. So we send out that notice of availability to all of those entities, and which describes the parcel and our intent to surplus that. There is then a 60-day response period in which any of those agencies we notify or anybody else can respond. And then if we don't receive any requests to negotiate, then the city may dispose of the land to any party in any way we want to. There is a little bit more that we have to do, a report of compliance to HCD. If someone does respond and says, yes, we want to negotiate with you, city, then we would enter a 90-day negotiation period. And the city is not required to conclude a deal with any party submitting a proposal if through good faith negotiations, no agreement is reached on sales price or lease terms. And there is a little bit in the Surplus Land Act that describes what are good faith negotiations. So after conclusion of the negotiation period, or if there is nobody that asks to negotiate, the city submits a report of compliance to HCD. And this just essentially outlines, HCD, here's how we complied with the Surplus Land Act. They have 30 days to review that. And once that is done, we can go ahead and dispose of the land if the deal was reached, or if no deal, dispose of land to any other party and by any means allowed by law. I don't anticipate we would necessarily get a written confirmation from HCD after 30 days. And that's just kind of based on, I know how, like with the other matters that we've dealt with HCD, sometimes they don't actually give us a written response, but once that 30-day passes, we're good to go if we don't hear from them. So some additional things just for consideration, sort of the what ifs. So if a party requests to purchase or lease only a portion of what we're offering as surplus land, the city can, but is not required to entertain that proposal. We can also issue a notice of withdrawal at any point in the process. So if we decide we don't want to move forward, we can issue a notice of withdrawal to HCD. We are not required to rezone or change the land use as part of this. So again, currently the land use and zoning on the property we're talking about is open space. If there is a violation of the Surplus Land Act, so if we don't follow what is prescribed to us, if we do go forward and sell the property, we would have to deposit 30% of those sales proceeds into an affordable housing fund. And then the city cannot negotiate with any other prospective buyers during this process. So we can only negotiate with those that have submitted formal requests to negotiate. And if it is sold for housing purposes, then affordability restrictions are required. So with that, again, our recommendation is to adopt a resolution declaring the Gilroy Gardens hillside property about 342 acres as surplus, and then direct staff to begin the process and issue a notice of availability in compliance with the Surplus Land Act. So with that, if there are any questions, be happy to answer them. And Andy and his office have been very helpful through this process as well. And so I know he can answer some questions as well.
Great, thank you, Karen. Okay, thank you for clearing the screen so I can see the council. All right, council, any specific questions of Karen? Okay, no, because I know well, okay, no questions of Karen. So let me ask Michelle if we have any members of the public who would like to speak on this item.
So far, we have two.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and go to them then.
So Brian will be followed by Bruce.
Okay.
Good evening, Brian Schmidt with Green Foothills. We do have some concerns about this process as it's moving forward. One thing that it appears to be that possibly, not guaranteed, but possibly leading to some type of venture park usage of this property. If we fill it up full of infrastructure, you've lost the natural value of that land. So 3 things to keep in mind. The price that you'd be negotiating with an adventure park buyer will determine the amount of environmental damage they're going to try and inflict on the property in order to recover their costs. They're going to want to maximize the amount of usage, the amount of trails, amount of ski lift style lifts, and zip lines, everything else they're going to want to put in there. Secondly, the whole idea of a mountain bike adventure park is not considering the revolution that's happening in mountain bikes today with electronic bikes and electric mountain bikes. You don't need those lifts anymore. I know there would be people saying that older bikers need to use those to have access to those. I can speak as an aging biker, 54 years old. Those electric bikes are powerful. You don't need to put that type of infrastructure in there. So if you want to do something else in lieu of this, you can still provide access to aging bikers like myself. I would say that instead of moving forward with this, the city consider keeping that land, managing it as a park, using it for habitat value. Maybe the habitat value has to do under the Santa Clara Valley Habitat Plan. And I'm not even sure you need to go through this process if you want to turn this land over for open space value. And that's one other way to consider instead. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bruce will be followed by Chris, who I believe will be our last speaker.
Hi, Bruce again. Just wanted to echo Brian's sentiments on the use of this land. I just pulled up the February 18th news item in the Gilroy Dispatch on the proposed use of this land. And also, I am an aging biker who does use a electric bike. They are very powerful. There's really no need to be environmentally impacting with the lift line or chairlift of any type of situation. I think that that if we were going to go ahead and do the SLA on it, then we should just go ahead and basically look at the environmental impact on all of that taken care of. Thank you.
And our last speaker is Chris.
Hey folks, it's Chris Demers again, and appreciate the opportunity to speak. And like earlier, I actually share the exact sentiments of the earlier speakers, Brian and Bruce. Please protect this land. Don't feel like we need to develop every inch of Gilroy. Preserve it if possible, turn it into a park. Please don't give it to the expansion of an amusement park. I grew up in amusement park town in the East Coast of this country. The infrastructure was totally different to support it. I don't think expansion of the amusement park out there is suitable or a good idea, and it would hurt the living of people around it. So thank you for the opportunity to speak on this item as well.
All right, thank you. Any others?
No.
Okay, so that was public comment. Back to council. I want to make sure it is clear to people though watching that we're having to go through this because of the city contemplating a long-term lease. That's what brought this into the picture. Not necessarily trying to sell the land, but to even enter into a long-term lease with someone who could do we don't know what, but something more than the nothing with the property. So that's where this stands. All right, council, nobody has any other questions on this? Because if not, we're ready to adopt a motion to adopt a resolution.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second
Okay.
that.
Okay, made by Councilmember Bracco and seconded by Councilmember Tovar to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Gilroy declaring the Gilroy Gardens hillside property, approximately 342 acres, to be surplus land and direct staff to proceed in conformance with the State Surplus Lands Act regarding the potential disposition of said property. Misleading there, but okay. All right, roll call.
Council members Armandaris,
Yes.
Bracco,
Yes.
Hilton,
Aye.
Marks,
Yes.
Gar,
Yes.
Mayor Blankley.
Yes, so that's 6 with Councilmember Romagno's absent. Okay, I see people's confusion because as I just read that, it says potential disposition. No wonder people are thinking that. I guess that, Andy, you're the person who's on this wording. That's how it had to be, huh?
Well, disposition doesn't mean selling. Disposition means whatever we're going to do with it, which could.
Oh, okay.
could
I
be
think of it as
potential
selling.
long-term
Okay.
lease.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you for that
It
clarification.
doesn't imply a sale to lawyers anyway.
Okay. Item C, review of city clerk job description and recruitment process and establish a council subcommittee for the city clerk recruitment process. And Leanne, you're going to be giving us this report, right?
I am. Thank you very much. So Mayor and Council, at the July 1st council meeting, council asked staff to move forward to fill the city clerk position. So we're returning to you tonight with a few items for council's consideration. First is the review of an updated city clerk job description, copy of which was included with the staff report and packet. Review of the recruitment process steps and schedule, and establishment of a 3-member council subcommittee to assist with this selection process and to help narrow down the candidate pool. So we just bring the top candidates back to the full council for consideration. So we'll discuss each one of these items and receive your feedback, and then we can go from there. So on the first item, the job description for the city clerk position hadn't been updated since 2007. So staff did a review and update process by looking at city clerk job descriptions from other agencies around the area, as well as documenting things related to our position here in Gilroy and what the staff currently does. And also, given the policy discussion that the council had on July 1st, staff incorporated various clarifying language to ensure the reporting structure of the position is clear and that the information is consistent with the city charter. The city attorney also reviewed the job description and provided us with some input, which has also been incorporated into the draft that you see attached. Additional changes or edits from council can be incorporated into the draft job description because we want that to be current before we commence a recruitment process. It's important that whatever we put out for the recruitment process is reflective of what the council wants the description to include. So I don't know if you want me to pause there and then we can talk about the job description and then move on to the recruitment process, or do you want me to go through the entire process, entire report, and then we can go back to each item? What's your preference?
Does anyone have a strong preference either way? I do not.
So
Okay,
we want to,
Leanne,
okay, so let's pause on the job description. Does council have any feedback, input, additional edits or changes that you would like to see made to the draft job description? We tried to incorporate everything that we heard from council, but it's possible that we may have missed something or there may be something additional that council would like to include.
Okay, Councilmember Tovar.
Thank you. Leanne, just sort of looking at the job description and some of the, I don't want to, oh, I think I lost it. Requirements that you listed on there. So, and again, I don't know if this is something that we can incorporate or if my fellow colleague would agree to it. But when we hire people of sort of management or in these type of positions, ideally we'd like to see people live in our city, because once they leave, and there's no connection, there's no, there's no investment in our city. And I have an issue with management that doesn't live in Gilroy, because they go to their own city, they go to their own town. It's like, oh, I don't live there. So I have a real big issue with that when we hire folks that don't live in our own city. And that's something that we can make as a requirement or as something that extra points or whatever, because I see on there, one of the requirements we're saying preferred non-tobacco user. Okay. So, I mean, I don't know why we have that on there. I mean, I don't smoke. I'm just using that as an example. We're able to put that on as one of our requirements. Why can't we say prefer a Gilroy resident? So, I mean, I guess that's my feedback. But again, I've always had this issue with people that don't live in our city who are in management positions, and there's no, I just don't see there's an investment in our city when it comes to that.
Right.
That's just
So
my feedback.
yeah, so we certainly, advertise and encourage folks that live in our community to apply for the jobs we have open here at the City of Gilroy. We have about half of our workforce that lives in Gilroy, which is excellent. And so I think it would be very limiting on the applicant pool if council were to put such a requirement in the job description. It might be something that we could put in wording on the actual job announcement that goes out, where we are talking about things like our ideal candidate is somebody who lives and is engaged in the engaged with the Gilroy community. But I wouldn't want you to limit your applicant pool by somebody who, currently is required to live in Gilroy. But we certainly encourage people to move here and to become part of the community and put their roots down,
Right.
and want to stay here.
Right. And again, I think, any wording for me would be sufficient, because again, when I'm just hearing what we have on there, a non-tobacco user. All right. So that, I don't know. I don't smoke. Maybe half of those applicants are smokers. So are they going to apply? I don't know. So I'm using that as an example. If they were able to put something on there like that, then why can't we add something as prefer or preference Gilroy resident? Because I appreciate that half our city staff is Gilroy residents, but I'm looking at more at the management, the higher positions where there's an investment in our city, because again, if there's issues going on, they're not here to deal with it. We are, so again, I would like to have something in preference. Okay.
Okay, so let's get through the rest of council comments and then we can come back to that, because it does sound like something that we can easily put, like Leanne said, ideal candidate, preferred candidate or ideal candidate would be someone who's engaged in the community, lives here and engaged. Okay, I saw Councilmember Hilton's hand next.
I just want to mention what Councilmember Tovar said, maybe even something like a point scale that we use for contractors where all candidates, when they're getting ranked, that those that live in Gilroy can, 5% added. I would agree with something like that. I think that's fair.
Great. That's assuming we get applicants who live in Gilroy, huh? That's good. Yeah, that's great. Okay, I thought I saw another hand, but I don't see it now. So, okay, so Leanne, do you want to continue then?
Okay, no other comments on the job description itself? Then I'll move on. So just for high level discussion and the recruitment process, we have some draft recommended steps for council to consider with respect to this recruitment, ranging from, posting the position, to when the position would close, screening of applications, a couple of items related to items the subcommittee would complete, how we would do a couple rounds of interviews, all the way to bringing finalists back to the city council, conducting the background check, and issuing job offer. So wanted to see if there was any council feedback or thoughts on that schedule and process, because we want to sort of get that outlined out so that going forward with the subcommittee, we're moving in the direction that the council wishes us to move in.
Is Anne good with staying with us through November?
I think so, if we're all really, really, really nice to her. which I try hard to do every single day, because I'm thankful she's here to help out.
Yeah. Okay, any comments from the council on the schedule in our packets, pages 139, 140?
It looked good. It looked timely.
Okay.
Okay, and the final item is the council subcommittee. Just to keep the recruitment and selection process moving forward, it's recommended that there be a 3-member council subcommittee, because a subcommittee of this nature can meet without noticing and Brown Act requirements, which makes keeping this recruitment process moving forward efficient and effective. And then the subcommittee will assist with narrowing down the applicant pool to the finalists, which then would be interviewed by the full council. So it would be recommended that we form a 3-member subcommittee that I can work with and be able to move things along more quickly in the recruitment process.
Yeah, so I've put some work into that myself. So with council's approval, I'd like to suggest Councilmember Hilton, Councilmember LaRomagno's, who I've already asked in advance, and myself to work on that subcommittee if the rest of the council is okay with that.
Mayor, no, I'm okay with that, but I'm just concerned that there was discussion of picking people already without us sort of having an overall discussion. So I just don't know how that's a fair process if we're already picking folks. And again, I'm in agreement with who you're picking. I'm just looking at how it was handled.
Well, so you would look to me. You would look to me for handling it, because as the mayor, I'm just trying to throw out a starting point, and I'm the one who works most closely with. I had the experience.
No. And
okay,
right, and don't get me wrong. Like I said, I'm okay with who.
Well, that's the only reason I was considering who I thought would be effective, in addition to who has not already been bogged with other ad hoc committees, and
and that's fine. I'm just worried that moving forward, if this is how we're going to handle selecting committees, and already talked to somebody, already talked to this person, that person, then if Dion wanted to do it, then it's not a fair process. So I am just concerned how this was handled. I'm not concerned about the members. I'm just worried about how this was handled and how the selection happened without a full discussion. I'm just going to leave it at that.
Okay, council member, nothing has happened yet. We're here at this council meeting to approve it. I had to start somewhere, and so that's where I started. So now I'm looking for council approval. If Councilmember Bracco had some reason why he really wanted to be on this committee, he would say so. If you have a reason why you really want to be on this committee, this is the time that you would say so. I'm just starting somewhere with a recommendation.
Right. No, but like you said, nothing has been approved, but you've already had discussions with other folks.
I discussed, I had to start with a 3-person committee. So I talked to the other 2 people. So because there would be no point in suggesting these 2 other people if I hadn't asked them first if they were willing. That's why.
Okay. I'm just gonna leave it at, okay.
That's, as the mayor, there are some things that I try to organize ahead of time. And this is where council approves or doesn't approve.
Okay. Well, I'm going to disagree with the process, how I handle, but
okay. Well, when you're mayor, you can do it your way. I'm just doing it this way. I mean, I'm just starting with something. I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was a process you thought happened behind your back. This is a process that I just had to pick 2 other people to start. I asked them so that I would know if they were willing. I asked Councilmember Hilton. He said he was willing. I asked Councilmember LaRomagno's. He said he was willing. I am now here bringing it to this council as a starting point. Discussion may go. If you would like to make an alternate suggestion, please do.
I'm in agreement with the individuals that you've already spoken to. That's not the issue. The issue is that.
Okay, I'm
we've
sorry,
had-
I'm not understanding an issue, but okay. I'm just not understanding it. I'm sorry. Anyone else have any comments? Councilmember Armandaris?
Sure, I think I can empathize with what Councilmember Tovar is saying, because for a minute I was interested, and but I wasn't asked to be part of it, right? And so I see that you've chosen 3 people to ask and to start with, and so it is discouraging. Like, to be honest, it's discouraging to think, well, this was already, these are people the mayor wants. So I understand that you're trying to be efficient, right, and get things moving along, and I'm fine with the people that you're recommending.
Thank you, because I went through that too when I asked you to be the other council member to attend the Saturday morning meetings. There were other council members that thought I should have asked them, and you can't, right? You can't ask everybody. So
of efficiency, and I understand that, but we also, Fred, we also reserve the right to vote no if we don't like her choices, or if we want to nominate ourselves or someone else.
That's right. That's exactly right. Okay. So we are on this item C, and that is a subcommittee I am suggesting, absent somebody wanting to make a change or wanting to suggest a change. Okay, then do I need to take these as all, do I need to do motions on A, B, and C?
I would suggest, if I might, a motion on A and C. I think the committee should be formally informed by the council by a motion. And of course, we also are emphasizing, as you all know, that this is not a Brown Act committee. It's an ad hoc committee for a limited time period with only 3 council members. So
Right.
that committee itself will not be subject to the Brown Act.
Yeah.
Mayor Blankley? if I may,
Yes.
So we haven't opened public comment yet for this item.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. I want to say one other thing on this selection thing, because I'm surprised. I understand the empathizing, but I mean, even it was my suggestion to have Councilmember Tovar as my vice mayor this year. So that's just another thing that, I have to pick one, even though others would have wanted the title. So I don't really understand how I would be handling this differently. I have to start somewhere with all the different things. So I'm just going to leave it at that. And go to public comment.
I have a question.
Oh, before public comment, okay?
Yeah. So if the mayor made, or any of us made, the 3 phone calls for this selection ahead of time before discussion, plus their own, right, is that a breach of the Brown Act? Or is that just conversations?
I asked 2 people. What do you mean?
Didn't you ask, it's 2 people plus yourself, right?
Yeah.
So that's 3?
Right.
3 folks, okay.
That's why the ad hoc committee is an ad hoc committee, because it's not a Brown Act thing.
Okay.
And this whole issue becomes tricky. I think Councilmember Armandaris is correct to raise that sort of issue. And that makes it difficult, because if 4 council members discuss a matter of council business offline, that could be conceived as a violation of the Brown Act. So it makes it difficult for someone in the mayor's position to do what she's trying to do here. But it's a problem with the Brown Act in large part.
What makes it difficult for me to do it the way it seems to be being suggested that I do it. It's not difficult for me to just talk to 2 people by asking them if they'd be willing, right? Is that what you mean, Andy?
Yes, yeah. But if you had to talk to 4 or 5 people.
If I had to talk to, right, if I had to try to ask everybody who's interested, I can't do that. I'm not allowed.
Would not be recommended.
Yeah. Right, exactly. Okay, so public comment.
There are no speakers. I just wanted to make sure we didn't miss it.
Oh, thank you. No, that's okay. I appreciate that. Okay, so no public comments. So now it's back to council. So looking for a motion on review and approve updates to the city clerk. So I'm looking for a motion to approve the updates to the city clerk job description.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Bracco made the motion. Councilmember Tovar made the second. And so with that, we'll do roll call.
Council members Armendariz,
Yes.
Rocco,
Yes.
Hilton,
Aye.
Marks,
Yes.
Hobart,
Yes.
Mayor Blankley.
Yes. Okay, that's 6 with Councilmember LaRome Yost absent. Now on item C, I need a motion establishing a 3-member council subcommittee that would be made up of myself, Councilmember LaRome Yost, and Councilmember Hilton to work on the city clerk recruitment process. Okay, made by Councilmember Tovar and seconded by Councilmember Bracco. Roll call vote.
Council members Armendariz,
Yes.
Rocco,
Yes.
Hilton,
Aye.
Marks,
Yes.
Tovar,
Yes.
Mayor Blankley.
Yes, and that passes 6 to count with Councilmember Laura Munoz missing. And I am sorry, everyone. I do my best to try to make everybody feel wanted. Okay, and in all different areas. All right, item D, approval of AFSCME Local 101, General and Supervisory Units, Gilroy Chapter, Memorandum of Understanding, and salary schedules for the period July 1, 2021 through June 30th, 2022, and approval of the unrepresented, confidential, non-exempt salary schedule for the period beginning July 1, 2021. Staff report by Leanne.
I'm sticking with you here. All
Okay.
right, so a little bit of background information for both council and the public. The city of Gilroy is a public employer. And so because of that, we have to operate consistent with the Myers-Milius-Brown Act. And so we engage in collective bargaining with our represented employees through the bargaining units they're assigned to. And this process typically occurs over a 3 to 4 month period before the expiration of the existing labor contract. City employees are organized into 5 different bargaining units and are represented by unions here in Gilroy. The product of the collective bargaining process is a MOU, or a Memorandum of Understanding, which specifies the terms and conditions of employment. AFSCME Local 101 has 2 bargaining units with the city of Gilroy, a general employee unit and a supervisory employee unit. And we have 3 unrepresented, confidential, non-exempt employees in classifications that are similar to AFSCME Local 101. So the agenda item this evening is to review and approve the memorandums of understanding for the 2 AFSCME Local 101 bargaining groups for this next fiscal year. And then in addition, this item also is to adopt resolutions for the corresponding salary schedules for fiscal year 22 for the 2 AFSCME units, as well as the unrepresented, confidential, non-exempt employee group. So staff recently concluded negotiations with the AFSCME Local 101 General and Supervisory Groups, which is approximately 100 members, for a successor memoranda of understanding, including salary schedules for the period July 1, 2021 through June 30th, 2022. And that was done in conformance with the direction that we received from City Council. The final copies of the memorandum of understanding and the salary schedules are attached with the staff report for council's review and approval. We worked with the bargaining unit members on the changes to these documents, and the final document was reviewed by representatives of the bargaining unit, and they had a designated representative from the negotiating team sign off on the final document. The main areas of change in this labor contract are the term. It's a 1-year contract from July 1, 2021 to June 30, 2022. There is no salary increase or cost of living adjustment. However, we are phasing in a return to a 5-step salary schedule, which has 5% between steps, which folks would transition from the current 10-step salary schedule that has 2.5% between the steps. That basically the top step of each of the schedules is the same, and the employees who are not at top step will stay on the current 10-step schedule until such time that their performance review cycle comes up during the fiscal year, and at which time, if they are recommended for an increase, they will then transition to the new 5-step salary schedule. We're going to continue the cost share for our healthcare program, and then there's some minor cleanup clarification language to the MOU that doesn't have any cost associated with it. And then in addition, this item addresses the 3 unrepresented, confidential, non-exempt employees to reestablish internal equity With respect to these employees who took concessions in fiscal year 21, staff is recommending that the city council approve the updated salary schedule, which includes that same transition to a 5-step salary schedule and realigns the salary ranges to the AFSCME ranges. Currently, the salary ranges for the unrepresented confidential non-exempt employees is 3% less. The cost to implement the above referenced changes is approximately $55,000, and $30,500 is the portion chargeable to the general fund. And this cost can be absorbed in the fiscal year 22 adopted budget. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right, council, any questions? No? Wow. Oh, Councilmember Armendariz, okay.
Leanne, is the process usually that the workers ratify this first or that it comes to us first?
Workers ratify first, which they have done.
You know the percentage of the ratification?
I do not. I just know that it ratified, and that's when the business agent was able to sign the contract.
Thank you. And thank you and Jimmy for your hard work on this.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions from council, then I'll go to public comments.
I have no hands up at this time.
All right, back to council. Possible action, A, B, C. Do we have to act on all of them? Yes.
So
All right, you guys.
On item 1, like to motion.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Armendariz and seconded by Councilmember Hilton on A, which is to approve the memorandum of understanding between the city and AFSCME Local 101 General and Supervisory Units, Gilroy Chapter for the period July 1, 2021 through June 30th, 2022. Roll call.
Councilmembers Armendariz,
Yes.
Rocco,
Yes.
Hilton,
Aye.
yes, Kovar,
Yes.
Mayor Blankley.
Yes. And that passes 6 with 1 absent. Okay, item B, need a motion and a second for the next one.
Motion to approve.
All right, you guys gonna let this all go to the same 2? All right, which one of you went first on this one?
Zach.
Okay, so motion made by Councilmember Hilton, seconded by Councilmember Armendariz to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Gilroy approving the July 1, 2021 AFSCME Local 101 General and Supervisory Units, Gilroy Chapter salary schedules associated with AFSCME Local 101 and Gilroy Chapter Memorandum of Understanding. Roll call vote.
Councilmembers Armendariz,
Yes.
Rocco,
Yes.
Hilton,
Aye.
Marks,
Yes.
Kovar,
Yeah.
Mayor Blankley.
Yes, so again, unanimously 6 with 1 absent. Do I need to actually read these resolutions or does that not matter? Okay, is there, I need a motion
Oh,
and a
I'm sorry,
second.
you don't need to read the resolution, but did that idea come from someplace? That is.
I don't know. I think because you do have to read it when it's an ordinance. Is that right?
Yeah, in adopting an ordinance, the law says you have to, when you introduce it, you have to read it. And that's why the first motion that's made for an ordinance is always to waive the reading. And
Okay,
I've always wondered
so-
what would happen if the council didn't vote for
So
something.
it came from our prior city clerk.
Yeah,
So, okay, so I don't need to be reading these.
Not
Okay,
the ordinance, no.
good. Okay, so I just need a motion and a
Excuse me,
second
not for
for
a
item.
resolution. I'm sorry, not for a resolution, sorry.
Okay, for item C.
So moved.
Okay,
I'll second.
Councilmember Armendariz made the motion and seconded by Councilmember Hilton. Roll call vote.
Councilmembers Armendariz,
Yes.
Rocco,
Yes.
Hilton,
Aye.
Marks,
Yes.
Kovar,
Yes.
Mayor Blankley.
Yes, all right, 6, 1 absent.
Thank you very
Item-
much.
Yes, thank you. All right, item E. Approval of a declaration that level 2 water supply shortage conditions exist, implementing the provisions of ordinance number 2016-15, section 3D, level 2 water supply shortage, 21 to 35% reduction. And Daryl, I think you're going to be giving this report.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
I'm going to get my screen to share here, if it would help. It's not cooperating at the moment. Let's see. Do I need permission to share the screen, or is it a go?
You should be good to go.
Okay.
All of the appropriate permissions are on. I believe somebody else had trouble earlier, but they seem to resolve it.
Okay. Mine does not seem to be wanting to.
There it is.
Hey, there we
Got
go.
it.
Is that Jimmy?
You might- yeah. We see it. You just might need to click something for the slides to advance when you're ready.
Jimmy, did you bring that up, or did that come off on my screen?
Amy brought it up.
Okay, thank you, Jimmy. If you could help me scroll through these. Okay. Tonight, we're here to address the declaration and implementation of the Level 2 water shortage ordinance, which you see before you. As we all know, California is currently under another year of drought. The year 2020 was the third driest year in recorded California history, with a total precipitation of only 10 inches this year of rainfall. Typically, we're looking at 20, 21, 22 inches per year. So obviously, we're well down in our volumes of water this year. Next slide, Jimmy. If you can scroll, I guess we can read those there. Resolutions and executive orders. On June 9th, Valley Water adopted a resolution with a target of a 33% water use reduction compared to 2013 baseline. On July 8th, the governor issued an executive order with an additional 15% water reduction based on our 2019 baseline of water use. And on July 9th, the State Water Resources Control Board approved 8 additional new prohibitions for water conservation. And tonight, August 2nd, we're here with council to evaluate the approval of a resolution of declaring a level 2 water shortage for our community with an overall 21 to 35% target reduction. The ordinance consists of a series of mandatory water savings measures. First of all, limits of watering hours. They're prohibited from the hours of 9 a.m. in the morning to 5 p.m. in the evening. Those are the hottest part. That's the hottest part of the day and most inefficient time for irrigation purposes. The next would be limited on watering days from April through October. That will be moving to 2 watering days per week, mimicking the Morgan Hill model as well. Those will be on Wednesdays and Sundays for odd and no address locations, and Tuesday and Saturdays for even addressed locations. We did choose a weekend in this combination because those are the days of the lower peak or the non-peak out days for our water use. Monday through Friday are our peak days that we use most of our water, and we're trying to store those in our resources. So we're trying to switch that a little bit to the weekends to reduce the loads on our wells and our storage capacities. In addition, limits on watering days are going to be 1 day per week after the summer in November through March, which we're kind of used to. Mondays for odd and no address locations, Tuesdays for even addresses. Water durations. The current mandatory measures will limit each zone for landscaping to be a maximum of 15 minutes per zone. Now that doesn't mean accumulative, but it means, for example, if you have 10 different zones of landscaping at your house or place of business, each one of those can have a 15-minute maximum water use per time. So we need to make sure that we monitor those, and we're working with residents who don't understand how to program their systems to help them. There will be an obligation to fix leaks within 48 hours. That time duration has been reduced. Limits on filling ornamental lakes and ponds is going to be prohibited during this time, except for special situations for certain aquatic life, which have to meet certain requirements. And then this ordinance also allows the council discretion to modify water rates if necessary. As far as the city's reduction efforts, I make a note of a few things. The city will revise the city's landscape ordinance when updates are available throughout the year in accordance with the State and Water Board, California Building Standards Commission, and the Department of Housing and Community Development from time to time. We'll implement conservation requirements, which we talked about previously. We'll continue utilizing outreach tools, including mailers, flyers, personal appointments, and education with our community. We will begin enforcing conservation measures, which include a warning notice to local folks about water use. The first violation will be a written warning notice sent to the occupant and property owner, and we'll discuss that with them personally. If needed, we can revert to fines, with the second violation being a $100 fine, third violation, a $200 fine, and subsequent violations could be up to a $500 fine. I don't see that happening much, but those measures are there if we need to utilize them. Our goal is to continue working with the Valley Water Board and SCRWA with any new ideas or outreach programs, and to continue to upgrade our water meters. Currently, we have almost the entire city upgraded with new smart meters to help us control and monitor the use of water throughout the city. And the next steps will be to implement and enforce the provisions of Level 2 water shortage ordinance if the council so wills it. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, council members, I'll go to you. Do you have any questions? No. Okay, so I do. This is my first time going through this kind of declaration. It was last done in 2016. I wasn't on the council then. When did it end? So in 2016 you declared the shortage. When do you undeclare it?
I'll refer to Andy, but I don't believe that has ever been undeclared that I know of since I've been here. It has been ongoing until now, Mayor, unless Andy can refute that.
Oh, so then why aren't we already under those same things? Why are we having to do this tonight if that's the case?
Currently, we're not at the Level 2, we're at the Level 1 restrictions.
Okay, so that's my question, is back in 2016, that council declared Level 2. So when did that go away, is what I'm asking. If anybody knows.
Yeah.
No, I'm not asking you, Daryl. I know, I'm just asking the question.
I'm kind of here with you, Mayor. I wasn't here when that happened. However, there are these new restrictions are more onerous than the other ones were previously.
I know, and that's going to be where I go next. But I'm just, because I'm comparing us to other cities, right? In our county, everybody has to conserve water. This is applying to all of us throughout the state. Gilroy, as far as Santa Clara County goes, suffers the hottest temperatures. And so I'm just wondering why a Level 2 here versus a Level 2 in Sunnyvale and Santa Clara, for example, is 3 days a week. That would then go down to 2 days a week later. And so I just want to make sure that I myself and the public understands how we get to what we get to and why we're different than neighboring cities when it doesn't make sense on the surface.
Well, we are the same as Morgan Hill. They are going to 2 days as well, Mayor, so.
Okay, so we're the same as Morgan Hill.
Consistent with them to meet our reduction levels of the 15% based on our 2019 levels. It makes mathematical sense that we're gonna have to restrict even more use to try to reach that level at this point.
Okay. Okay, and then when it goes to 1 day a week in October or November, whenever that starts, is that necessarily true, or might this Level 2, again, it gets back to when did the Level 2 end? If we're going to institute it, when do we somehow it went away in 2016 because we're, like you said, at Level 1 now. So what action do we take to undo it? Am I going somewhere that nobody expected me to go?
When the water district ended it, we just dropped it.
Okay, so we take it off and okay, I'm just, because otherwise it's staff time is monitoring it, having to do these fines. This is all stuff that takes time. If it doesn't need to be there, let people water what they want to water, as long as it's not,
The mayor, if I may help, there are certain conditions that have to be present before the state of California, and most particularly the water board, will rescind a statewide water restriction. Those limitations then make their way down. So although most councils won't take a formal action, the state will do it at their level, and then the cities just follow in place.
And that makes it go away. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you. Councilmember Armendariz.
Darn. You got me chewing, Mayor. Sorry.
Oh, your hand is up. Okay.
Yeah, my concern is more about getting through this, right? And conserving the water, because I don't think it'll harm us to keep conserving water, even when there's not a declaration of a drought. So, you know, I support this, and I think we should be as stringent as we can. Like, I love my beautiful plants and, you know, kids running through the sprinklers too, but I drove by San Luis Reservoir, and I've driven by others, and it is shocking how.
No disagreement, right? I understand. I'm supporting it too. I just wanted to understand why Santa Clara and Sunnyvale are different.
Yeah, I know. I want them. We should all take.
It's hotter here, so okay.
Right.
Well, I'll go to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who wants to comment on this?
We have one hand up from Bruce.
Okay.
Okay, well, I'm back, and this is Bruce from the Weathered Soul podcast again. Me and Doug, who are co-hosts, and we've talked to Rebecca before on our show. We're concerned about the influx of what we had in our city growing with the homeowners as far as building here, and the infrastructure hasn't gone, we don't know how the infrastructure has been built to handle that influx of population. So that would be number one, my concern on that. I do share your concern with other cities that are not implementing this stage 2. And in my mind, what I'm seeing here is I've been here since 2009, and I have not seen my water bill ever go down, even when we were having the good years of rain. So the implementation of all these actions of conserving water, which, you know, by all indications, all my neighbors are doing. I'm certainly doing it. I've reduced my water consumption by 50% in the last year, if not even more. And I still have a beautiful garden, but the bottom line is that we are building more, so we are using more of our resources here. And are we doing something with the infrastructure that is going to make sure that we take care of this in the future? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You have no other speakers.
Okay, then council, is someone ready to make a motion on this resolution as it reads on the agenda without me reading it? Sorry.
Mayor, I'll make that motion.
Okay. Make
Yeah,
that motion.
I'll second.
Okay, Councilmember Tovar made the motion, seconded by Councilmember Armendariz.
Council members Armendariz,
Yes.
Rocco,
Yes.
Hilton,
Aye.
Marks,
Yes.
Tovar,
Yes.
Mayor Blankley.
Yes. All right, passes.
Mayor Blankley, may I make a correction to what I said earlier? You asked
Yes.
about reading I thought you meant reading the whole resolution, which you actually literally are supposed to for an ordinance, but you should read the item on the agenda. I agree.
Oh, no, that's what I
I
meant.
misunderstood what you said. I thought this is a question out of the blue I've never heard before.
Oh. No, I meant on the agenda.
Yeah,
Okay.
It is
well,
appropriate. It is appropriate to read the agenda item on any item we vote on.
Okay, then I
And
will
you've been
go
doing
back.
that for so long that I just got used to it.
Okay, so we just passed approving a resolution declaring that level 2 water supply shortage conditions exist, which would implement the provisions of ordinance number 2016-15, section 3D, level 2 water supply shortage, 21 to 35% reduction effective immediately, with the goal of achieving a 33% reduction as called for by the Santa Clara Valley Water District for Water Basin. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, thank you. That was my, okay, I'm glad to have that clarified because I don't want to do that if I didn't have to, but I will keep doing that. Okay, I now need a motion and a second to suspend the installation of turf in new parks until further notice, unless turf will be irrigated with recycled water.
So moved.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Armendariz and seconded by Councilmember Tovar. Roll call vote.
Council members Armendariz,
Yes.
Bracco,
Yes.
Hilton,
Aye.
Marks,
Yes.
Tovar,
Yes.
Mayor Blankley.
Yes. All right, also unanimous, -1 absent. Okay, you guys, we're getting close. Item F, authorization to request a deferment in releasing a request for offer from the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority for a transit-oriented development. Staff report, Jimmy.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. This item before you tonight is one that has certainly over the last day or two generated a lot of correspondence to both council members and staff. So I'm going to work through this a little bit and try to let council know what exactly we're looking for council to do here. I think anyone who implies that a staff or a council member or the mayor does not support increasing the amount of housing is maybe missed the point the staff's trying to make in this. And so for that, that's on me, and I'll take that. But what we're trying to understand from VTA is exactly how the city fits into this process. And so this Thursday, the Valley Transit Transportation Authority will receive a recommendation from their staff, from their real estate department, authorizing them to go out and seek a developer for a request for offer. And what that developer is proposed to do is to develop a project that will utilize part of the VTA parking lot on Monterey Road. This is not a surprise to us, but what is happening is that in some of these situations, we are being looked at as to what the city's position is. And council has not had an opportunity to give a formal opinion on how they feel about this type of development. Not exactly the specifics of the project, or not exactly that we do or do not want affordable housing, because that's not been the issue. It's simply the issue of, is this the project in the right spot, in the right place, and with the right impacts that we can, as you can as a council, support. And so what we're looking to do is to have that opportunity to have this discussion with council, to talk a little bit about just the overall formal support or not support of this project. And so we did reach out. We did receive a letter today from a staff representative from the Valley Transportation Authority, which in my opinion raised more questions than answers. And in this letter, and from Mr. Ron Golem, who is the Director of Real Estate and Transit Oriented Development, it states that the developer will take the city through this process and all of the stakeholders through this process, which to many of us who work in cities and planning, that is exactly opposite. We don't tend to have developers lead us through the process of evaluating what project we need or what project we should have in our community. So I would say in the city's defense, it's a little awkward and a little backwards compared to what we're used to. So we're looking for council to give us the opportunity and give the mayor, who is the VTA representative of the city, the authority to ask the VTA board to delay this vote on issuing the RFO. This will do several things for us. It will help us identify what the process is a little more clearly, and what the council role is. The letter from the VTA staff member also said that it is the council's ability to approve the project. I can honestly tell you, we've not heard that before. So we will be led by a developer who will put together a project, based on all these parameters, and then ultimately, as the letter states, that the city will approve the project. So that's kind of new information to us. I do understand that that everybody's trying to get housing, and we want housing, but we also are getting hit up as staff in many different directions. We have high-speed rail. We have electrification of Caltrans. Now we have VTA. We're looking to increase service, and we're all looking to do this all in this one parcel within the city. So as you can imagine, when staff allocates resources and time, we need to know what our council wants us to do. And I do acknowledge the fact that this is very late in the game. And that is something we probably should have been with you earlier on to discuss, but it doesn't mean that we shouldn't do it. And so what we're looking tonight is to ask council for the authorization to request a deferment and releasing a request for the offer. And that could be a very short amount of time to where we can get the information to council that we feel they need to know what our direction is and what our policy decision and guidance is from council, because a lot of these have significant amount of impacts on the city, and we may not be able to identify whether or not the sewer system is large enough or whether or not the electrical, but knowing a few more parameters and also knowing what the long-term plan is for that transit area is very important before we can just jump in and say that the city does or does not support something. So I certainly would like to work with council in a short amount of time over the next few weeks, and with VTA as well. They are our partners. But I also want to clearly identify what council's role is in this process, because as the letter states, and I'll read it to you verbatim, the council's final approval of the future TOD project provides a check on the process to ensure that our commitment is met to working with city council, city staff, and Gilroy residents. So knowing that council has the final approval is, I think, a good step for all of us to make sure that whatever ends up in our community is something that we can all be supportive of. But clearly understanding what that process is going forward and getting to that approval, I think, is very important. So staff is recommending that you authorize the mayor to seek a deferment of issuance of the RFO. And I would certainly defer many of these questions back to the mayor as well, and myself as staff. But I will finish up by saying that we are not against housing, and we are not for delaying housing. We're just trying to better understand the process, because as it has evolved a little bit, we've learned more. And now knowing that council will have a final approval of this project is important for us then to outline that process for council to make sure that you as a group, as the 7, vote on something that you are the most informed about. So I will end my presentation with that, and be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Jimmy. I do see 2 hands raised, but I just would like to go first with a little bit of background, because I have been the VTA representative of this council, and I have been feeling kind of alone in recognizing that housing development that I fully supported when VTA mentioned it to me back in February. I've done video messages for people trying to explain the importance of housing and how we need to be inclusive of all the different levels of affordability of housing, and we need to help meet our RHNA numbers and the levels of affordable housing that we don't have, to a drawing that was clearly putting Gilroy without a transit center in the meantime. And by without a transit center, I mean without viable transit service. Our Gilroy Transit Center is you could call it underutilized, but it's because it's underserved. And I am now in my 4th year representing Gilroy with the VTA, struggling to get better service for our riders. And just in that time that I have been that representative, I have gone together with Morgan Hill to the Caltrain board. We successfully got a change in one of the Caltrain train times. So we had 3 effective trains. Before we had only 2. Then of course, COVID hadn't got us back to 2, but this is just an example of the things we've had to fight. We've lost our express buses in Gilroy because there weren't enough riders. That's the 121, the 185, and the 168, all of which I fought hard to keep. And now we're down to just the 68 bus that comes every 15 minutes. And that is all that qualifies our transit center as transit. So building housing around a transit center to be transit oriented has to have transit there first, and ours doesn't. And so at issue here is the location of this and the crippling that it does to Gilroy to ever be able to argue for better transit service if we are compromising the facility. So I want that to be clear, that this isn't about not supporting housing at all. In fact, Gilroy right now has 400 houses, affordable housing, mostly low income, some very low income, in what's being built out at Safeway, what's being built out at Glen Loma, and what's already under review at First and Hecker Pass. And all of those people, that's 400 units that will need to get in their cars and drive north because we don't have job-rich areas in Gilroy. So you're not setting people up for success if you aren't building housing near job-rich areas or where they have access to viable public transportation. What you're doing instead is forcing them into their cars and adding to the congestion on 101 that we're supposed to be doing the opposite of when we are representing ourselves with VTA. And so that's where this is coming from. It's not at all against the housing itself. So I want to preface it with that, and then we'll go to council comments. All right, Councilmember Armendariz and then Councilmember Hilton.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, for your comments, and thank you for your hard work these past 4 years in representing the bus riders and the Caltrain riders and trying to get more service for our community. I know our city went a long time without a representative that truly represented the needs of those riders, and I think that had some long-term effects. But based on Jimmy's comments a minute ago about why you're asking for a delay in this process, it seems like you want more information, you want more clarification, but the letter that you submitted, right, to the Caltrain meeting that he attended last week, it makes it seem like
that was my letter.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh, I thought you were talking to Jimmy. Okay, sorry.
So it makes it seem like this is it's Jimmy's statements were disingenuous right now. So are you asking for a delay so that we can get more information, more clarification, more info on this process? Or are you asking for a delay on this so that Caltrain can acquire the property?
Okay, are you asking me?
I'm asking you.
Okay. No, so what Jimmy's response is separate from mine. Jimmy didn't know about, I was doing all these things as the representative of this council to VTA, not anything to do with Jimmy. Jimmy is taking a city view. He's sharing with you his opinions based on contact he received from another VTA board member asking for the city of Gilroy to give an opinion so that they don't have this conflicting information coming from what's coming. What I think VTA should be doing is working more with Caltrain for Caltrain to acquire that lot so that we have transportation. That is what I think VTA should be doing. Jimmy's speaking from the city perspective on asking for more time on the things that he's saying. They aren't necessarily the same, but what he did say, that I will say this, council member, what he did say is a lot of uses are being proposed for that same area: high-speed rail, Caltrain's electrification, and VTAs. So in that regard, that is a small space for all of that transit. And at the very least, Caltrain is going to electrify, but more likely before high-speed rail comes. And when that happens, even VTA acknowledges we'll need 900 parking spaces for people to be able to use Caltrain and travel north. So to put housing over existing parking is so incredibly short-sighted, as that letter I wrote, because we can already see that need. And we're already building more housing than what this housing suggests it will generate in riders. We've got more coming, and they're not going to be able to get to that transit center and park. So I don't think anything's disingenuous. Jimmy had no idea what I wasn't sharing that with him, and vice versa. This is coming up because of another VTA board member asking that this should be done. Probably something I should have thought to do myself, get the council to opine on this.
So if Caltrain acquired the property as you requested in that letter, would they be developing housing on it?
No, it would be right. No, Caltrain doesn't have this TOD stuff that VTA does.
But you don't.
And if VTA were proposing this, I'm sorry.
So you don't support housing there anymore?
No, I don't support housing over the existing parking spaces. If they wanted to put housing over some other piece of property that VTA owns that doesn't have parking on it, but I don't think they can. I think this jeopardizes Gilroy's ability to ever have viable public transportation. So yes, I don't support housing on any of the existing parking. Now that I see what that means, I didn't understand what that meant until I saw this go through the process.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Yes. All right, Councilmember Hilton.
Thank you, Mayor Blankley. And Caltrain does do the same thing that VTA does as a landowner. They will farm out the development. They actually do have a TOD policy, and I played a part in advocating in that for affordable housing, where they have 20% of their units go to affordable housing. All of these items staff is raising would be addressed in what staff knows and most people know as an initial study, EIR neg deck, which is done by an outside consulting agency, not first internally by our staff. There's no submitted building application for staff to analyze at this point. VTA also has the option to build under SB 330, which would have no discretion of this council. This is not how the process works. There is no project submitted to respond to. We're getting in the way of funding that was allocated by the Board of Supervisors and Office of Supportive Housing last year, VTA staff time, Measure A funding, and a Caltrans access grant. We have homeless on our streets and hundreds, if not thousands, facing rent burden and eviction right now. Housing comes before free subsidized parking. If you have concerns, then write a letter like everyone else. I wrote a letter too. Become an active partner, not throw a wrench in the system by forcing an early vote when there is not a project submitted before us. I'd support staff writing letter addressing concerns well ahead of any technical issues getting analyzed by an EIR. Of course, that's an active role, but this tonight is just out of order, and I do not support the deferment. Thank you.
All right, I will go back to Councilmember Armendariz unless someone else who hasn't spoken yet wants to speak. Okay, Councilmember Armendariz.
Thank you, Mayor. And so I participated in these meetings and discussions with VTA staff, as well as with hundreds of our local community members, many of which were ready to sign on the dotted line to put themselves on the wait list for this housing, because we know the desperate need that we have in our community for housing that is low income, extremely low income, for the workforce that is so important to our community, that our community in Gilroy houses for the rest of the valley. The amount of service workers that we house in Gilroy or try to is you know, a great part of what makes our whole valley run. And these aren't workers who can jump on a Caltrain and have a set schedule, or who can lug their tools or the things that they need for work onto an electrified Caltrain or even a bus, right? These are workers who don't have the privilege of riding public transportation. They have to use their own vehicles. And so I want to make sure that we are equating their need for housing, their need for shelter for their home, for their families, with the importance that we are leveraging for the convenience of parking in, like Councilmember Hilton said, in free subsidized public parking close to transportation. It is important. Our commuters are very important, especially those, or including those who take Caltrain. But I'm not going to equate their needs and their convenience with the same level that I am for a basic human need of housing that so many in our community are longing for. I know that in my community, in my neighborhood, when I canvass, there's at least 2 or 3 generations living in each household, right? Because they can't afford it. And so we need to add to our housing stock. We need very and extremely low income housing. And I think this is it. And so I'm gonna vote that we not defer this process.
Thank you. Councilmember Tovar, followed by Councilmember Marks. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your comments regarding sort of the transit center, which, you know, as a Caltrain and a bus commuter for over 20 years, I know the importance of sort of transportation. But, you know, there's things that I look at as well, and I think Councilmember Armendariz brought it up, is the affordability of housing, you know, and I look at my own family. I have 2 kids who I know won't be able to afford to buy here in Gilroy, you know, and that's a bigger concern for me. Is it's not just my family, it's many other families, and from community members I've talked to, they do the same thing. Yes, we need public transportation, but we also, more importantly, we need below market, low income housing, and I think for me that's a priority right now. And so I'm going to vote against it because, again, not that I don't feel that we need a transit center or free parking, but I think the how is much more important to me right now. And again, this is somebody who's used public transportation for over 20 years. I'm just more focused and concerned on affordable housing right now because I'm seeing generations, like what was mentioned earlier, are leaving Gilroy because they can't afford to even rent out here. So, okay.
No, we absolutely need affordable housing, and we're going to do that. We're doing that at every place in the city where we can. At issue is where we're taking it in place of public transportation. And thank you, Councilman, for saying that. Just keep in mind too, all council members, we can't look at ourselves in a bubble. We are the city of Gilroy, and we're part of the county of Santa Clara. We're part of this bigger picture. And the bigger picture, which is why I've been spending all this time on VTA, because like Councilmember Armendariz said, when I came onto this council, nobody was representing us regionally. And regional representation is so important. And we have an obligation to consider what we're doing to our residents who have to drive north because they don't have viable public transportation. We were supposed to get it part of this process just 2 months ago, as VTA staff has been really trying hard to help me understand how their development they think is not going to hurt the public transportation aspect. And so they've been saying two things. One, they're going to keep the parking 1-to-1, the 471 spaces, they're going to keep those. They can't. When you put housing, you have to just estimate how many spaces per house. That's what happened with Alexander Station. You end up with as many cars as people have. And two, they're estimating how many people who will live there will drive to work, will actually leave and drive, freeing up spaces to park. So it can't be 1-to-1, it will be reduced parking. And then secondly, you're adding to the traffic that's on 101 and that congestion. And so their second response to me was, we're adding another bus to Gilroy. Yeah, right now it's just the 68. Because remember, it's not transit oriented if there's not already transit there. Where Councilmember Hilton was talking about what Caltrain does, there's already people using those transit centers. Gilroy's transit center is underserved. And it's been underserved for years. And that's what I'm trying to defend, is the fact that it's underserved. They just promised us 2 months ago, Jay Tyree, who's there, he's a really great guy with VTA staff, really works hard in the bus service. The 568 was going to start coming to Gilroy with the beginning of San Jose State's academic year next month. Just Friday, all board members got a notification that the funding allocated for that bus to start in Gilroy to go to San Jose has been pulled in favor of bus service that they need closer to the light rail in San Jose that they're not using. Gilroy always gets pulled. So if you as a council don't think public transportation services need to be better in Gilroy, then vote to put housing there. But that is the only transit center we have, and VTA is our transit authority. And Gilroy deserves everything that the rest of the county gets from our one transit authority at our one transit center. Councilmember Marks, followed by Councilmember.
Sorry, Mary, thank you for those comments. If I can just add really quick, and thank you for those comments, because again, when you look at affordable housing and transportation, I mean, they go hand in hand really, and
Yes.
voting
You're
in
crippling
favor,
people if you're. Mhm.
right, voting in favor or against sort of this doesn't sort of put us in a position where we can't put housing later on if we decide to go a different route.
That's right.
Correct?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
because again, right now, right, if we had to decide, I would say, we need more housing, but I think there's a delay, but it's not getting it off the table. It's just giving us more time, basically, right? So that's how.
Yes, it's the real estate department of VTA is up against a clock with the Measure A funds that they're trying to utilize, but they're doing this in other locations too. It's just their choice for Gilroy is just very hard for me to accept, given how hard I've been working to increase service, because we're never going to get increased service this way. Okay, Councilmember Marks.
Well, I am very much in favor of affordable housing, but I am going to be voting in favor of the deferment, and for the following reasons. I think a lot of the public does not understand that at Alexander Station and the cannery, a lot of our citizens are so poor, they cannot afford to get into the affordable housing here in Gilroy. And that really bothers me, because we have a lot of out-of-town people coming in and taking advantage of the apartments when our own people cannot get in. Both apartment complexes have less than 50% Gilroyans living there, and that is very sad. Another thing that we have to think about, these apartments where they're going to be built is not someplace I would put my own family in, because those diesel engines run all night long. Think of the air quality. Think of the exhaust fumes. Is that going to be healthy for those families to not even be able to open up their windows because the fumes are going to be coming in? Plus, they're going to be built by Simano Bakery that's going to run 24/7. Councilmember Hilton, you're concerned about a noise ordinance. What are you going to do about the trains that run all night long and Simano Bakery that works all night long? That is a noise factor. And I would think that some of you would be very concerned about getting cars off the roadway. If we build over that parking lot, people are not going to park 2-3 blocks away and take mass transit. They're going to be on the roadway driving. This project does not make sense. We have other areas in town that do have land, that does make sense to have affordable housing. I feel the people who move into affordable housing deserve the same respect as everyone else. And I guess you just have to ask yourself, would you live in an apartment that is right by those diesel trains? That's all I have to say. Just think about that. I think we really do need to wait on this.
Okay, Councilmember Bracco.
I agree with Councilmember Marks and the mayor. It can't hurt to know more about the project and more information about the location. And you know, affordable housing is good, but we're shooting ourselves in the foot by building housing to attract people from out of Gilroy to come and live here and then commute back to San Jose. You know, we're working against ourselves. So I'm all for putting it off. Thank you.
Okay, so we still need to hear, but I'm going to go to the public before more, because we need to hear from the public. I don't think anybody should have their minds made up until we've heard from everybody who's here to speak. But I have certainly been on this topic for about a good, since February, very hard and heavy, and there's very little that I haven't analyzed very closely. So do we have, if there are more than 4 speakers, can we go down to 2 minutes each, please?
We do have more than 4 speakers.
Okay, so 2 minutes each, please.
And while the timer is being adjusted, our first speaker is a caller ending in 0162.
Okay, so if you would please identify yourself.
And that person will be followed by Oscar Castro. So the caller ending in 0162 should be, there we go, we're unmuted. Although we can't hear you.
How about now? No?
Yep, there we go. We can hear you now.
Okay, can you please identify yourself?
I think he may be having technical difficulties. I'll go to the next speaker and then bring him up. Okay, our next speaker is Oscar Castro.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor Blankley and members of council. My name is Oscar Castro, Associate Director of Housing and Transportation Policy for Working Partnerships USA. As our housing crisis continues to impact the entire area, the time is now to be proactive in pushing housing solutions throughout Santa Clara County. This crisis continues and it also contains various challenges that many here are aware of. One of those very real challenges is that of available parcels of land, specifically near modes of transit. In response to that, VTA has been working throughout the county to increase transit-oriented development opportunities through stakeholder engagement and through levels of analysis. Along with VTA Board of Approval, we now have a policy in place to create housing opportunities with increased levels of affordability on VTA land. In that spirit, we would like to recommend that council reject further deferral of issuance of a request for offer for a transit-oriented development project at Gilroy Transit Center. Earlier in today's meeting, we heard mention of South County's struggle to secure funding opportunities. Developments alongside major transit hubs are well positioned in various forms to secure financing from the state level down, paving the way for the opportunity for the city of Gilroy to increase its affordable housing supply. Concerns over infrastructure and capacity to hold development should be addressed through any developments review process, any further forms of analysis that both adequately and reasonably address concerns. As our crisis continues to impact residents, lower income residents become the most vulnerable. We urge council to recognize the dire need for affordable housing, specifically near modes of transit, to reduce environmental impacts and reject any request of deferral of an RFO at Gilroy Transit Center. Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Tim Davis, who will be followed by Kat Wortham.
Thank you. This is Tim again from the Compassion Center, and I appreciate the council considering this proposal. And just to begin with, in talking to renters who were helping out with rental assistance now, a majority of them are just freaking out because they've lost their jobs, can't afford these. So building extremely low income units will help keep our people in their homes and help us take those who've lost their homes back into housing. VTA has been a good partner in this, trying to address the needs for parking. They've also shown a willing interest to work with the community. To date, they've conducted outreach meetings to more than 300 participants in both English and Spanish. I agree that transportation is critical, and especially critical for those who can't afford, to drive. My understanding is that the VTA has been willing to provide the same number of parking spots with this project as they currently have. I'm not sure if that's true, but that's my understanding. I have a few questions. First of all, is considering this proposal really an either-or situation, housing versus transportation? Would advancing get in the way of exploring the transportation options? Do these transportation options necessarily negate the building of this housing? Units being built, you mentioned, were low income, very low income, but extremely low income was not mentioned. Are those for those who make $40,000 or less? Are there any units being built for extremely low income people? We at the Compassion Center encourage the council to allow VTA's issuance of a request for offer to proceed without a request for deferment. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Kat Wortham, will be followed by Rick at Silicon Valley at Home.
All right. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is Kat Wortham, and I am the South Bay and Peninsula organizer for the Housing Action Coalition. We are a member-supported nonprofit focused on producing more homes for more people of all income levels across the Bay Area. First, I just want to thank city staff and then members of the council for explaining the purpose of tonight's agenda item. But with that, the HAC team urges the council to oppose the deferral of VTA's request for offering at the transit center. Building new and affordable homes near transit is good for a number of reasons, including reducing greenhouse gas emissions from commuters, increased ridership of transit, and more. But having TOD housing on site will help to increase ridership and help negotiate for more transit service in the future. Housing is good for transit. Further, the studies outlined in the staff report are a normal part of the development process, which would be required for any new residential development. And the VTA process for the site is consistent with the development process in other cities in the county. Lastly, I joined this meeting in advance of the council's discussion on homelessness and a community plan to end homelessness. One of the best ways to combat homelessness and be fiscally responsible is to build affordable housing. With that, I urge council to oppose the deferral and allow VTA to move forward with the RFO. Thank you. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Our next speaker is Rick, who will be followed by Vanessa.
Great, thank you. My name is Rick LaSalvas with Silicon Valley at Home. We are the voice of affordable housing in the Valley. And I'm speaking in support of the VTA's transit-oriented development proposal at the Gilroy Transit Center. The proposal is early in the process, as was mentioned. In fact, it's not a project, as Councilmember Hilton pointed out. Yet the VTA has already demonstrated its commitment to have city and community stakeholders at the table. Moving forward in good faith, the VTA held 3 community meetings and has 2 more currently planned. As mentioned previously, over 300 community members participated and shared a clear and loud message for the need for housing, especially affordable housing. Enabling well-located housing that promotes ridership will create opportunities to increase transit service and benefit the city economically, as Kat just mentioned. This proposal would help do that. And to support, a vibrant and accessible transit center, as mentioned, the VTA has committed to retain the same number of transit rider parking spaces, 471 of them, per item 74D, page 289 of the VTA's August 5th board memo. This is a TOD proposal that needs to progress. It's exhibited deep community engagement and public benefit has been front of mind. It's at the beginning of its process, and requesting a deferment for the VTA's request for offer could effectively stall the proposal and the VTA's ability to address the issues raised in the staff report. For these reasons, we urge council to vote against requesting the VTA to defer the request for offer and to proceed this project forward. Thank you for your time and have a good night.
Next speaker, Vanessa. It will be followed by Jorge Mendoza. Give me just a second to move Vanessa over.
My thoughts on this are that we must strive to expedite affordable housing projects by all means possible. We have an affordable housing crisis within our city, which is continuing to contribute to our population experiencing homelessness. While we have 400 apartment complexes currently in the process of being built, specifically the project at First and Kern Avenue has 12 of 142 units slated for affordable housing, 0 for ELI. And because we don't currently have an inclusionary housing policy within the city of Gilroy, that developer can change that and offer no affordable housing. This does not meet the needs that we have for our working families in Gilroy. While I understand the importance of parking, our biggest priority needs to be getting women and children out of the creeks that are living in Gilroy, working in Gilroy. The people that require affordable housing the most do not need a bus to commute to San Jose nor a train. They are working minimum wage jobs in Gilroy at our gas stations, restaurants, dry cleaners, and other service-related establishments. We cannot say that we as a city are doing everything we can to attract affordable housing projects if we are delaying and deferring because we want to have more control over what they look like. We do not have an abundance of contractors competing to build the housing element we need most. I urge you not to defer or delay this as we begin to try to address the current crisis of homelessness. Without housing to move people into, none of the issues that we set, such as safe parking or partnering with community service organizations, will be successful. We have to have extremely low-income housing to move people into. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jorge Mendoza, who will be followed by Roland.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Jorge Mendoza, presidente de San Isidro Nueva Vida. Voy a hablar en español y alguien me va a ayudar a traducir.
Good evening. My name is Jorge Mendoza, and I will be translating for him. This is Trista.
Yo estoy en contacto con muchas familias que tienen dificultad para pagar la renta de un departamento o una casa. Y solo quiero decirles que necesitamos de manera urgente construcción de vivienda asequible. Y les pido por favor que continuemos hacia adelante con el proyecto de VTA de construir los apartamentos en los estacionamientos de la estación del tren. Gracias.
I am the president of San Isidro Nueva Vida, and I am there with many families who can't afford hospital bills or the rent of an apartment or a house. I just want to tell you that we urgently need affordable housing construction. I ask you please, and let's move forward with the VTA project to build apartments in the train station parking lots. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Roland, and then we will go back to our caller ending in 0162.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, Roland Turbine, San Jose. Now, before getting into this evening's item, I'd like to remind everyone that VTA's mission statement is solutions that move you, not solutions that house you. Now, as you heard earlier, 25% of the unhoused in Gilroy are transients, not Gilroy residents. And it is reasonable to assume that these people may come from a city north of Gilroy. This brings us to South San Jose, specifically the 34 acres surrounding the Santa Teresa Light Rail Station, including 1,200 empty parking spaces currently used as a vaccination center. In closing, I'm asking Council to support the staff recommendation, but I would like you to consider advising VTA staff to look in their own backyard instead of Caltrain's. And that's starting with the Caltrain Tanian station that used to be used by Gilroy residents because they did not have enough service. The entire station has, the entire Caltrain parking lot, that's over 500 spaces, has to be turned over to TOD with zero replacement because the VTA went back on their promise to build a parking structure on the west side of Highway 87. Thank you, and I thank you for supporting staff recommendation. Good night.
Thank you. Is caller ending in 0162?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. This is Gary Walton. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak on this tonight. I am in support of this item and the staff's report. I think this needs additional study. I do want to make it clear that I'm only speaking for myself and not the Downtown Association, but this item will come up tomorrow at our board meeting for the board to take a position on this. I sent a letter. Hopefully everybody's had an opportunity to read it. My concern is about economics. And so the train station is an important economic asset of this community. To lose it, you're gonna lose a lot of opportunities down the road. None of us have a crystal ball. And I outlined a number of things in the future in terms of rising gas prices, the Googleplex of being able to get to downtown San Jose and solving the last mile problem, the additional trains from Monterey to Gilroy, the possibility of San Benito. I mean, ever increasing commuting times. You know what? Gilroy needs housing. Every community needs housing. But I think what Gilroy needs more than anything is jobs. And by losing this asset, you're going to handicap this community. We were built when the rail came through Gilroy. And even today, a community lives or dies based on their access to transportation choices. If we lose this, you're going to have major problems. I mean, I see all this other stuff happening. Morgan Hill will be the train station. They will be the stop for high-speed rail. They'll be the stop when the train comes in from Monterey and San Benito. They're going to get off and do all kinds of things in their downtown. We have plenty of land elsewhere to build, and I don't think this is the place to do it. In fact, I'd like to make one last recommendation, is that why doesn't the city consider buying that property from the VTA? Isn't it excess land?
I'm sorry, you're out of time here. Thank you. We're giving everybody 2 minutes. Thank you very much. We did all get your letter. Very much appreciated.
Our next speaker, there's 2 speakers left. Our next speaker is connected with LGK20+. So if you could please identify yourself. There we go.
Sí, buenas noches, miembros del concilio. Mi nombre es Silvia Andrade, líder comunitaria de San Isidro Nueva Vida. Y yo deseo que den prioridad al proyecto de construcción de viviendas asequibles en el estacionamiento del tren en la calle Monterrey. Y esto lo digo basándome en las rentas tan altas que tenemos aquí en Gilroy. Muchas gracias. ¿Una persona me va a ayudar a traducir?
Hi, good evening. This is Sylvia Andrade, and I want you to prioritize the affordable housing project in the train parking lot on Monterey Street. I wish they would prioritize the affordable housing project, and I would say it based on the high rents in Gilroy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last speaker is Rebecca Garcia.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, Council. Rebecca Garcia here. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. It's encouraging to hear all of the Council's general support for affordable housing. Thank you for that. Mayor, thank you for spending your time fiercely advocating for additional transportation service in Gilroy. It is certainly needed, as you mentioned. I encourage the Council to support VTA's issuance of a request for offer. The city can still certainly work through any potential projects issues if they arise. VTA has shown its willingness to work with the community through the community outreach and engagement that's already been discussed. I am not only supportive of the affordable piece, but also because I appreciate that VTA is being a responsible and thoughtful partner. They're not building at the maximum density. They're not providing the least amount of parking that they legally can. Council's aware of the new state laws that are mandated. We are also subject to these new state laws. So anytime we have an opportunity to partner with a developer that cares what we think, I'd highly encourage us to do that, and especially before Measure A funds dry up. Thank you.
And that concludes our public comment.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to come back to council, and I know Councilmember Armendariz, you had a hand up, so I will go to you first, but I would like to answer some of the things that came up just because I am so deep into all of this and know some of these answers. So first of all, with respect to that last caller, and the last two callers, Morgan Hills Transit Center has over 600 parking spaces. There's no TOD proposed there. So I really want this council to consider the fact that if 50%, the footprint that this TOD would take is 50% of the space that we have in Gilroy. And if you don't think that's a serious compromise of what we could do in the future with that, I would like you to please think twice about that. I want to point out, another caller said that transit-oriented development is good for transit. It will help us help with the reduction of emissions of greenhouse gas and all that. And that is all true when you have viable public transportation already there. The point I would like this council to consider is that in this particular case, because we have affordable housing of all different levels, low income and very low income, being built in this city and continuing, we're going to continue to build that in all parts of the city because we don't want to concentrate these things in one particular area. People will have to drive in order to be able to use public transportation. We're not trying to protect a parking lot. We're trying to protect park and ride so that people can use it, so that we can manage the demand for driving that is going to be increased by the housing. And I also want to point out that this particular housing development being proposed is 110 to 150 units that will be a mix of 4 different types of housing. Some of it will be 30% of the area median, which is extremely low income. Some of it will be 50% of the area median income, which is very low income. Some of it will be 80% of the median income, which is low income. And some of it will be moderate priced too. So I don't want anyone to think that there are so many extremely low income units coming from this proposal. It's not that at all. But again, I am trying to express the same thing that I think our city administrator tried to express, and that at issue here is not our support of housing. It's protecting a transit center, which, as Speaker Gary Walton said, is an economic thing. You have to have transportation here, and this is just something that is crippling that ability and keeping us from managing the increased demand for driving. Councilmember Tovar, your hand is up.
I thought you were going to.
Oh, I am. You took your hand down.
No,
Go ahead.
I didn't take it down. Thank you.
Oh,
Fran.
sorry.
Yeah, I
Councilmember
think I
Armendariz and then Councilmember Tovar.
Thank you, Mayor.
Please.
So I don't want to beat a dead horse, Mayor, but
It's okay.
but your letter to VTA did request, for Caltrain to buy the property, right? To
That was
obtain.
my letter. Well, that was my letter to Caltrain. You read a letter to the local policy makers group.
Right.
Yeah, that's not
The letter to
VTA.
them was for them to acquire the property, do a request for that.
To agendize a discussion to acquire the property. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Those are semantics, but yes.
Well,
yeah. And so, because your ultimate goal, right, was for them to acquire the property.
I think that's an option they should be considering before this.
And so to keep saying that you support housing, there on the, or that you did, like I said earlier, it just seems disingenuous. And I know from working on Measure A and from talking to Rebecca Garcia and other people at VTA that 30% of the housing at this development will be for extremely low income people. Another 30% will be for very low income people. And those are the folks who need it the most. And those are the folks who do, like someone said earlier, work in our service jobs, work in our ag jobs, work in our restaurants and fast food industry and hotels. These are the folks that, I'm sorry, Mayor, but I don't interrupt you.
No, I said I'm not disagreeing with that. That's all I was saying.
But I think we can, the question about parking and having adequate transportation attracting ridership and ridership attracting adequate transportation, it's a chicken and the egg argument. But we have to look at, I'm not looking at the chicken and the egg. I'm not looking at that. What I'm looking at is our need for housing. And we will have high-speed rail, we're gonna have electrified Caltrain, and they have put in black and white that any parking loss will be provided. So I can't get past that, and that assurance, it's on paper, and it's part of what they've said publicly. It's part of the letter that they just wrote us. We have trust issues with that. Well, that's personal. We are we're a city and they are a public organization, a public agency. And if they're assuring us that those parking spaces are going to be replaced, well, then I think we move forward. We move forward and trust. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tovar.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm gonna go back a little bit in time. When the Alexander Station or apartments was built, I was on the school board at that time, and I was totally against that project because of the location, because of the safety of the children that live there and sort of the railroad tracks and Monterey, road right there. And I was very concerned when we talked about low-income housing, and somebody had mentioned basically we need, I think we all agree we need more low-income housing. And I don't think that this council disagrees with that. I think we're all in favor of that. But going back to what Councilmember Martz mentioned in regards to location, noise, sort of the health sort of, of where it's located, that's more of a concern to me, is where it's located. Just because it's low-income housing doesn't mean we have to build it somewhere where it's, I have to say, it's not a very favorable place for me. I just don't agree with people living that close to the train tracks and living next to a bakery that's going to be operating all, and traffic and all that. I mean, that's concerning to me. And again, yes, I agree. And again, I will always fight for low-income housing, but I just don't think it's the right place. And we're hearing that there's other places around the city or, north of us that might be better suited for this. And I think, we need to look at that and say, okay, is this right for the people that may live there? And I don't think it is. So I think I'm going to go with the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Marks.
Well, I don't mind people coming and sharing their ideas for the public, but we need to deal with facts and not emotion. We heard from 3 housing groups that came. When we talk about 30%, that's about 35 extremely low income housing, but we never hear about what the people need to make to get into the extremely low income. I was just talking to someone from Alexander Station that says the rents are $2,000 up to $4,500 a month. That's startling for a low income complex. And there's only one person that rides Caltrain to go to work. You know, when these apartment complexes were built, it was the people who work and take the transit were going to live there, and that didn't come to pass. And again, I go back to saying, I believe our citizens in Gilroy deserve a lot more than what that building's going to offer in that particular location. At one time, it was just a couple of months ago, we heard from a speaker that talked about how low income for a single person had be $90,000 a year. So people, you know, I hear, well, there's people, a woman and a daughter who's living in a creek, they can come and move into this. Can they? Are they making enough money? When I hear from different apartment managers that only 50% of their people, less than 50% are from Gilroy, that's sad because now we're still not servicing our citizens. So I truly believe we have to defer and just wait. You know, they say VTA says they're going to replace all the parking. I'm sorry. I mean, all of you know that we have been lied to over the years by people. And they don't come across as saying, yes, we deliberately lied to you. They come across by saying, well, you know, we really wanted to do it, but it just didn't pencil out and we lost the money and you know, we had to cut back someplace. And that's what's going to happen with this project too. And when they say 300 people were at those meetings, yes, there were 300 people, but it was not 100% approval by the letters, by the phone calls, by the comments that VTA got. And I really don't like the public being misled by that, believing that everyone who listened to those presentations agreed. So it's a really hard dilemma. But I think we can find other places in Gilroy to house our extremely low income and low income citizens. Thank you. If I can, oh, well, go ahead, Councilmember Armendariz. I was going to make a motion, but go ahead.
Councilmember Armendariz, you have another comment?
Yeah, I heard Councilmember Tovar and Councilmember Marks refer to, you know, their dislike of this location, but what are we doing and what has been done in the past as a council to provide other locations to incentivize the building of low-income housing in other locations? Like what's being done every time a proposal comes before the council for low-income housing, there's always an excuse. There's always an excuse why we don't like it there. It's poor, you know, it's not a good location, not enough parks. Now it's parking. Like we always have a reason why we don't want it. And if we're going to talk about facts, I'd like to know where the number of the Councilmember Marks acquired the information or the data that only one person at Alexander Station takes a light rail. Is that anecdotal? Like, where'd you get that information? That's a question. And then the other thing is only 40% of our community, only 40% of the people in Gilroy can afford to live even at Alexander Station. So we're not doing enough. We haven't been doing enough for decades. And now we have a VTA bringing this in, providing everything that they need for a couple hundred families to get housed. And we are grasping at straws too, and using all these other tactics to stop it. And I think we need to stop and take a look at ourselves and look at the needs of the families that don't live in our neighborhoods. Look at families that are living in vans, that are living in RVs, that are living in garages, right? And see what their needs are before we start, you know, imposing our you know, need for a beautiful view and, you know, single family housing on them.
Okay, I'm gonna push back on that one as the person who has been fighting for 4 years now for transit service in Gilroy. Transit service is what this is about. And VTA's proposal to build on this Gilroy site is the only one that that is as underserved as it is. All the other places where they're building has far more transit service than a single bus line that comes every 15 minutes. And to have been told just 2 months ago that we're going to at least get the 568 to replace the 168, the 185, the 121 that have all been taken away, only to find out 3 days ago that that was the first thing on the chopping block when VTA needed to divert resources somewhere else, just keeps confirming how Gilroy is underserved. And putting a development here is another way for VTA then to be able to not have to focus on what they should be focusing on, which is our transit service. Again, if that were there first, I would not be having any objection to this. I started out in full support of this kind of development near transit, never mind the noise, never mind all that stuff, or that it's downtown. It is because it is taking away from the potential for a viable transit center, the only one that we have in Gilroy. So that's my pushback there. I don't know about Caltrain riders. I just know that we are trying to build. We are not denying any housing projects that are coming for us now. SB 330 won't even let us. So any proposals coming, we're going to approve. We're going to try to build. We're going to try to meet our RENA numbers just like every other city. And all of those people need to have a way to get to work, because the job growth is not in Gilroy. It's north of us, and people have to commute. And we as council members have a responsibility to manage what comes from all that driving as well. And I attended MTC and ABAG meetings too on this draft Bay Area 2050 plan, where jobs, transportation, and housing are of equal importance, because you cripple people putting them where they don't have access to public transportation. Even if the people in this home don't need it, the other homeowners do, because the demand for driving goes up. So that's the last of the point I can make. What the council is going to vote is going to vote, but that's the issue. Councilmember Marks, you have something else to say?
I'll just respond to Councilmember Armendariz. It's a woman who writes Caltrain. She knows all the people from Gilroy who ride. They've acquired relationships over the time period. And she says there's only one person from Alexander Station that rides the train with them. I was going to make can I make a motion? Or do you want, or Councilmember
Tovar, can she go ahead and make a motion and you can discuss after we have a motion?
Well, let me just make my comments real quick. If you don't mind, again, going back to, obviously I guess I was called out on something. And again, and yes, you're right, Councilwoman Armendariz. I think this has to do a lot more when it comes to low-income housing. And I think you've known me over the years, and I'm in favor of it. I'm just not in favor of the location. I'm not in favor of taking away from our transit center.
Exactly.
You know, I'm in favor of it being in other locations, without a doubt. Yes, let's do more. Let's do more to get more housing, but I don't want it in that location because of the reasons that have been laid out tonight. It has nothing to do with the view. It just has to do with the location, the transit center, and all of that. I mean, taking away from that, for me, that's the deciding factor for me. And I agree with you. We need to do more, you know, but I also,
I think we all agree with that, Councilmember.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think about Monterey Gateway. Monterey Gateway is right behind Alexander Station. That was approved, even though it's a terrible location for seniors and the materials were terrible, and the council, you all still approved that, right?
Councilmember Tovar, were you finished?
Not me. I wasn't
finished.
Yeah, no.
Okay. You went on mute. You went on mute.
Sorry, again, and one of the questions I asked in the beginning is, being in favor of this or against it, what is it? What is that? You know, what is it doing? It's only a deferment for a few weeks. So it's not that we're agreeing on one thing or another. It's just we're giving it more time. And, you know, we come back a few weeks from now, have this discussion again. We all may think differently, you know, but right now I'm in favor of staff support or recommendation.
Okay, so do we have a motion then?
Yes.
Councilmember Marks, you want to make a motion to authorize the mayor to state the city's request to delay release of the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Agency's issuance of a request for offer of a portion of the Gilroy Transit Center's location for an affordable housing project for further impact analysis. So there's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, seconded by Councilmember Bracco. And to be clear, everybody, this is going to be a request to the VTA board. What the VTA board does is what the VTA board does. That's all. This is not a Gilroy City Council decision to move forward with an RFO. It's a VTA board decision. Okay, so roll call vote, please.
Councilmembers Armendariz?
No.
Bracco?
Yes.
Hilton?
No.
Marks?
Yes.
Tovar?
Yes.
And Mayor Blankley?
Yes. Okay, so that passed 4-2 and 1 absent. Okay. City Administrator's report. Jimmy.
Madam Mayor, due to the late hour, I will forego my report.
All right, City Attorney's report.
I think I'm with Jimmy on this one.
All right, we have no closed session tonight, so that means we are adjourned. Okay, thank you, everyone. Good night.
Night.